The story begins with the fact that it was very hot in the city. The high temperature literally melted the asphalt. Huge high-rise buildings accumulated heat, and people tried to hide in the shade from the sun's rays. The girl tried to escape the heat in her room and waved her fan vigorously, directing streams of air into her face. The beauty noticed that she was literally melting from the hellish heat and was fried by the sun's rays, which were able to penetrate through the window. But to the great regret of the girl herself, they called on her phone and she had to get out of bed. The girl immediately realized that she was worried about clients whom she had not heard since the morning. The girl began to look for her slippers, and the phone continued to ring annoyingly. The beauty realized that she should turn off the sound so as not to hear calls in the future. The girl's hand grabbed the phone receiver and she changed her dissatisfied tone to a more affectionate one. The girl introduced her service store 4Cs and asked how she could help. Over the phone, the girl was told that the air conditioner had broken down and they urgently needed to fix it. The girl said that due to the extreme heat, her employee had sunstroke, but she would still send him. The voice from the phone said that he would pay $100, but the girl began to bargain, citing the poor health of the employee. The client immediately increased the amount to $200 and the girl replied that she would immediately send an employee. The beauty entered Li Qing's room and asked him to get up quickly because he was about to go to work. The guy did not react to the girl's words and remained powerless on the bed. The girl asked the employee not to play dead and said that she received the order at the AC fixation site. Li Qing asked Flora to take pity on him and said that he might just die from sunstroke. The girl tried to persuade the guy with a generous tip from a rich client, but the employee was not very interested. Flora decided that she would not persuade the guy with money, so she said that the client had a very sweet voice. The girl said that the client was apparently a beauty who was now at home herself and it would be inappropriate to send a guy there. Li Qing immediately got out of bed and called it torture to live in such heat with a broken air conditioner. The guy said that he was obliged to help the client, after which he found out the address where he should go. A few minutes later, Li Qing was already riding his scooter straight to help the girl. The guy inspected the residential property and concluded that the client was apparently very rich. The guard stopped the guy and began to ask why he came here, to which Li Qing replied that he was here on behalf of Mrs. Az. The man took the guy along and said that he must first register before entering this hotel. Li Qing found the right door indicated in the address and began to examine the door. The guy found the bell and began to actively press it to attract the owner's attention. Li Qing asked if anyone was home and realized that he didn't want to just bang on someone else's door. For a long time the guy tried to reach the hostess, but nothing worked for him. A female voice asked through the door who came and Li Qing realized that he should not have come in such hellish heat. Mrs. A opened the door and a stream of sweat flowed from her. The girl asked again if the guy had come to fix the air conditioner. Seeing the girl, Li Qing was very embarrassed and said that he was the same guy she called on the phone. The girl apologized to the guy for waiting for her for a long time and explained this by saying that she was taking a shower. Mrs. Az opened the door completely and invited the worker inside. Li Qing went inside with his entire set of tools, and the girl did not stop complaining about the heat. A frustrated Ms.A said she started sweating again just after getting out of the shower. Li Qing said that he has also been feeling quite hot lately. The guy asked about the air conditioner that needed to be fixed and the girl invited him into her bedroom. Upon entering, the guy immediately discovered a sweet smell that hovered throughout the room. Li Qing looked at the air conditioner and said that it was too high, and asked the girl for a chair. The girl said that she would now bring one chair and the guy thanked her for it. The worker was taking apart his tools and thinking that his client was very beautiful. The guy suddenly turned around to the girl's bed and found her underwear there, which she had put on before taking a shower. The guy examined the girl's clothes for a long time and was greatly distracted from his work. The guy realized that the girl immediately changed her clothes after the shower, but his gaze never left the clothes on the bed. Li Qing looked at the girl's clothes and tried to understand why his attention was drawn to it so much. The guy's hands suddenly reached towards Mrs. Az's clothes. The employee briefly thought about whether to touch the client's underwear. But still, Li Qing was able to overcome himself and grabbed his own hand, asking himself to stop. The guy told himself that he was a decent person and couldn't do such dirty things. Then Mrs. Az herself returned, bringing a chair for the servant. It wasn't long since Li Qing began to inspect the air conditioner. The guy said that he needed to disassemble the air conditioner and asked the girl to hand him a screwdriver. The girl handed the guy a screwdriver and asked if this was the one he meant. Li Qing tried not to look at the girl and thanked her for helping him. The beauty said that she herself was happy to help, while the guy tried not to look at her body. Mrs. S asked the guy how much he earns per month from this job. Li Qing replied that he earns from 2,000 to 3 on good days and from 1,000 to 2 on bad days, after which the girl asked if this was enough for a family. The worker said that he earned his bread, after which he named the reason for the breakdown. The evaporator coil was not working and the girl asked how this could affect the air cooling. The guy said that the board might be damaged by water and asked to let him disassemble the air conditioner. The guy started disassembling the air conditioner and the doorbell rang again. The girl said that she would go away now to open the door and asked the guy not to be distracted from work. Li Qing exhaled with relief and thought that he would finally be able to quickly finish his work, because no one would distract him with conversations. The guy removed the board and said that he could fix everything in literally 5 minutes. A little more than 5 minutes had passed since Li Qing removed the circuit board from the air conditioner. The guy started putting the air conditioner back together after he fixed the breakdown. Li Qing began to collect his tools and realized that he was sweating again, which meant he would need to take a shower upon his return. The guy discovered that Mrs. S was not around and wondered where she had gone and why she had not returned for so long. Li Qing had already started to leave and thought that perhaps her husband had returned. On the way out, the worker heard a man reporting to his boss about capturing the target. The guy realized that the sound was coming from the living room and suspected something was wrong with it all. Guys in suits gathered around the tied-up girl and one of them promised his boss to return Mrs. S. The guy was watching everything from around the corner so that no one would notice him, so he couldn't find out everything. At first, Li Qing did not understand what was happening, but over time he realized that it was a kidnapping invasion. At first, the worker did not understand what to do and wanted to figure out how to hide away. The guy appreciated the girl's good qualities, for example, she is not arrogant and is quite an open person. Li Qing realized that during all the time he was working, the girl did not look down on him and was very sweet. The guy was faced with a choice whether to get involved in trouble and help a girl he barely knew. The leader of the thugs ordered his men to put the girl in the car. The man warned the kidnappers not to attract the attention of others, and Li Qing realized that he did not have much time. The guy couldn't find anything smarter than just entering the living room under the guise of an ordinary worker. Everyone, including Mrs. S, turned to the guy and began to watch him closely. Li Qing immediately pretended to be a fool and said that he had never seen so many guests at his client's house. The main kidnappers ordered the guy to stop and freeze. A set of tools fell from the worker's hand and Li Qing stood up like a pillar. Li Qing sat down on the floor and began to beg the thugs for mercy and said that he would surrender without resistance. One of the guys immediately didn't believe that the guy chickened out when he saw their boss and asked the guy if he was serious. The boss asked Li Qing who he was and what he was doing here. The guy looked nervously at the kidnappers. The worker saw a knife in the hands of one of the boss's minions and began to beg not to be killed. The guy burst into tears and said that he was still a virgin and could not die now. Everyone in the room suddenly fell silent and began to look at Li Qing judgmentally. One of the bandits asked what was in it for them and why was the guy telling this to the bandits. The boss asked the guy not to play such games with him and tell everything as it is if he still wants to live. Li Qing told the truth that he was a worker who came to fix the air conditioner. The boss turned towards Mrs. S and asked if this guy was really an ordinary repairman. The girl tried to buy time for the young man to call the police, but she could not expect him to just run out. The tape was removed from Ms.'s mouth and she confirmed that Li Qing had come to fix the air conditioner, and then asked to let the guy go. The guy became even more hysterical and asked to be let go, saying that he was seeing the girl for the first time. The boss called Zach over and continued to look at the guy sitting on the floor. The man asked his henchman to kill the employee and Li Qing became extremely nervous. Zach didn't understand why they should kill a simple repairman and tried to dissuade the boss from doing it. The big guy said that this guy saw their faces and would be able to contact the police. The boss came to the conclusion that Li Qing knew too much about them and should die. The boss told Zach that this was his chance to prove his loyalty to him and sent him to Li Qing. Zach assured his boss that he would do everything cleanly and accurately, although he himself did not want to kill the guy. The scumbag said that Li Qing could only blame his bad luck for this and pointed the knife in his direction. Zack said that he did not want to torture the guy and would give him a quick death, after which he swung his knife. Frightened, Li Qing watched as a sharp knife came towards him. Mrs. A asked the thugs not to kill the guy and asked Zack to spare the guy. But Li Qing was able to intercept the scumbag's hand and stop the knife as it approached his neck. Surprised, Zack asked what it was and the boss turned around to survey the situation. Li Qing apologized to the bandits and said that he did not want to die yet. The guy abruptly moved the scumbag's hand away and hit him sharply and unexpectedly in the stomach. The other henchmen turned at the cry of their comrade and saw Li Qing already on his feet. The guy stood next to the defeated Zack, who was twisting in pain at the sight of the blow. The boss was surprised at the guy's abilities and said that he was apparently capable of something. The big guy ordered the thugs to take the girl to the car, and took the difficult guy himself. The bandits accepted the boss's order, after which they checked whether Mrs. As was definitely unable to move. Meanwhile, the boss and Li Qing stood directly opposite each other. The thugs taped the girl's mouth shut again, despite her attempts to resist. The girl tried to shout to someone, but her mouth was already taped shut and the bandits took her in their arms. Li Qing watched the girl being taken away and realized that his plan would no longer work. The boss called the guy over and tried to explain something to him, while Li Qing himself was thinking about the girl. The boss said that he doesn't have time to worry about others and that it's absolutely normal for a guy to want to appear like a hero by saving a beautiful girl. But the boss also warned that we should not forget about him, who will not allow us to save Mrs. As. The girl tried her best to escape from the hands of the thugs, but nothing worked. The boss took off his jacket and shirt and said that he had not practiced for a long time. The boss stood bare-chested and said that he was wondering if he had lost his skills. The boss was left alone with Li Qing while his henchmen tried to load the girl into the car. The guys were very indignant because the tied-up girl continued to resist. One of the guys really sympathized with the guy because he came just to fix the air conditioner, and now he was left alone with their boss. Another scumbag said that Boss Hay decided to deal with the employee himself, which means he will torture him. The kidnappers agreed that the guy simply ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. While the guys were laughing at the ridiculous situation, Li Qing was able to sneak up behind one of the bandits and hit him with a chair. The surprised partner saw Frank flying into a knockout and asked what happened. A whole and healthy Li Qing came out from behind the wall and the attacker could not believe it. The guy greeted the bandit. There were no signs of the fight on the repairman himself. The bandit still couldn't believe that the guy survived, much less was able to defeat their boss. But what bothered the scumbag most of all was that it happened very quickly and silently. Boss Hay was indeed passed out after his unsuccessful fight with Li Qing. All three looked at each other awkwardly and Li Qing began to laugh ironically at the scumbag. The attacker realized that he would not be able to resist the guy and immediately ran away from here. But Li Qing's slipper, which he sent, flew into the back of the bandit's head. The thief fell to the ground from a strong blow and the repairman moved closer to him. Li Qing joked that this is his signature move, which he calls Cinderella's glass slipper. The guy began to laugh at the bandits, and the dissatisfied and tied-up girl tried to remind herself. Li Qing heard this and correctly noticed that he forgot to untie his client. The danger passed and Li Qing gave the girl a glass of water so that she could calm down. The guy worriedly asked if everything was okay with the girl and she replied that she should thank the employee. Ms. A said she appreciated the guy's help and considered him a reliable guy. The guy said that he often hears this and added that the girl should be careful, because he could turn out to be a villain and attack her. The indignant girl asked the guy what he just said. Li Qing realized that he had said too much and began to justify himself, calling himself a good guy who did not want to do anything like that. The embarrassed Mrs. As put her hand to her temple and asked her to just forget about it. The guy and the girl continued to sit opposite each other and remain awkwardly silent. Mrs. A told the guy that he could leave if he had done all the work. Li Qing awkwardly reminded him that the girl did not pay him to repair the air conditioner. The girl also remembered this and looked towards the guy. The beauty apologized to the guy and said that she would immediately bring him the money. The guy advised me to make a police report before giving money, in case the tied-up people in suits woke up. Mistress Ace turned to the guy and said that she really should do this. The girl took out her phone and quickly dialed the number of her bodyguards. Mrs. Ace spoke about the attack by 4 people and asked her guys to come to the villa right now. Li Qing guessed that this did not look like a call to the police and thought that the girl was a gangster. After a short conversation, the girl hung up and began dialing the police number. Ms. As gave the address where she was located and said that there were now neutralized people in her house who tried to kidnap her. Li Qing immediately breathed a sigh of relief and decided that he was thinking too much. The guy heard the girl's bodyguards coming up the stairs and decided that it was behind her again. The guy heard the sound of shoes and became even more convinced that Mrs. A was in danger. At least 4 people are quickly approaching the door right now. The girl ended the conversation with the police and said that she was waiting for them as soon as possible. Madam A finished talking on the phone and saw Li Qing looking worried. The guy ran towards the girl and tried to grab her by the shoulders, trying to save her from the attack. The girl, who did not understand what was happening, asked the guy what he was doing. Li Qing heard the guys go up to the floor and realized that it was too late to escape. Li Qing understood that there were too many opponents and it would be dangerous to fight and try to protect the girl. The guy realized that he couldn't defeat so many people, so it was better to hide the girl on the 2nd floor. Madam A didn't understand what Li Qing was talking about, so she elbowed him in the chest and tried to escape. The guy grabbed his chest and didn't understand why the girl broke free and was now trying to escape. The guy asked the beauty not to run so fast, but she asked him not to come near her. The frightened girl began screaming throughout the house, asking for help, while she ran to the 2nd floor. Li Qing managed to approach the frightened lady from behind and cover her mouth with his hand. The girl was still afraid of Li Qing, but now she no longer resisted, realizing that he had no bad intentions. Li Qing explained that he was now trying to save the girl, not harm her. The worker went to the window and asked his client to look down to convince her of his words. The guy pointed to a black car that was parked nearby and said that at least 4 people got out. Mrs. A recognized her security car and told the guy that this was not the case at all. The door to the room was kicked in by one of the lady's bodyguards. Li Qing heard the guys break into the house and warned the girl that they were already coming towards them. The guy came to the conclusion that he needed to hide the girl as quickly as possible so that no one could get to her. The girl tried to warn the young man that this was her security and he had nothing to worry about. Li Qing couldn't find anything better than to simply cover the client with his body and lay her on the bed. The couple remained lying on the bed while the girl's bodyguards searched for her throughout the house. Li Qing put his finger to his lips and asked the girl to hide well while he took care of the rest. The bodyguard burst into the room and was shocked that some guy was now lying on top of Ms. As. The man immediately called Li Qing a pervert and asked what he did to the girl. The girl stood between the guys and asked everyone to calm down, after which she explained that Li Qing saved her. The surprised employee looked at the guys and asked if they knew each other. Mrs. A said that this was her bodyguard and she had just called him. Law enforcement agencies had already arrived at the house in an official car. The police quickly climbed the stairs and began to look for the right door. The guardians of the law went inside and notified the owner of their arrival to answer the call. The police asked where the suspects were and the girl explained that they managed to tie them up in the bathroom. Li Qing saw the girl surrounded by bodyguards and police and realized that he would not receive a service fee today, because he was simply providing free maintenance. It was already late evening and the repairman returned back to the service center. Li Qing arrived at the center of the 4 Seas, which was still glowing brightly. The guy notified Sister Hua that he had returned and got off his moped. Hua asked why this guy came back so late. Is he really having some kind of affair? Li Qing said that he almost died and added that maintaining the house is too dangerous. The girl said that the guy looked pretty cool and asked what little Li Qing did that made him almost die. The worker replied that if Hua continued to tease him as well, he would take care of her first. Hua laughed ironically at the guy's threats and said that she was very afraid of his reprisals. The girl told Li Qing to deal with her right now, because she wants to see how good he is. The guy did not appreciate the girl's humor and simply walked past her. Li Qing ordered Hua to get out of here and added that he would now take a shower. The worried girl realized that something really happened to the guy, so she asked what he was faced with. The guy said that he almost died when he finished fixing the air conditioner, because they tried to kidnap their client. As Li Qing left, he described the height and weight of the attackers, but Hua quickly stopped the guy. The girl took the worker by the shoulder and nervously asked where the service fee was. Li Qing said that the lady must have sent the money here after a while, because at that time there were kidnappers and police in her house. Hua didn't believe the guy and accused him of buying cigarettes with the money. The guy said that the girl lives in a prestigious area and he saved her, so she definitely cannot give such a small amount. Hua still looked at her employee with distrust and caught him in a lie. After thinking a little more, the girl said that the guy was right and he really should have been paid heavily. The guy said that he was scared and almost said goodbye to life, and the girl invited him to dinner. Li Qing agreed and added dissatisfiedly that the girl would not listen to him in any case. Hua asked the guy to wait and went upstairs to change for dinner. A black car drove up to the technical service center, like that of Mrs. S. bodyguards. At first, Li Qing didn't understand who it was and wondered why these people were beeping at the door. On the threshold, he met today's client, who was inspecting the place. Li Qing recognized the girl and asked why she was here and what happened to the kidnappers. The girl handed over a large sum and said it was a service fee. Mrs. A apologized to the guy for not paying at home and explained that she forgot about it because of the mess that was going on there. The girl also thanked the guy again for saving her. Li Qing said that the girl was too kind and invited her to come inside and sit down. The girl sat down on a chair in the living room and thanked the guy for the invitation. The lady said that there was one more thing that she would like to discuss with the guy. Surprised, Li Qing looked at the girl and asked what exactly did she want from him. The girl said that she wants to make the guy her bodyguard because she saw his skills today. According to the girl, the guy's skills are too good and he will have no rivals among her competitors. Surprised, Li Qing did not understand how exactly he should react to the proposal, so he simply remained silent. The girl reminded the guy that although his current salary is enough for him, he can earn much more from her and for this he just needs to ensure her safety. Madame A said about a 5-figure salary and Li Qing calculated that it was hundreds of thousands. The guy said that such a sum was too huge for a bodyguard position. The girl reminded him that this was much more than what he was getting now and asked if the guy wanted to try it. Li Qing thought about it and said that, unfortunately, he would not be able to do this. The incomprehensible Mrs. S did not expect a refusal and asked the guy why he refused. The guy said that he had never worked as a bodyguard and was also used to working here, and did not want to go anywhere. The girl tried to change the guy's decision, but she still resigned herself and said that she would not persuade him. But Mrs. S did not intend to just let the guy go and asked him to think about it. For feedback, the girl left her business card and pointed to her phone number. Before leaving, Mrs. S said that the guy could come in the morning, but now she had some work to do. Hua approached and did not find the girl and asked Li Qing who came. The guy said that it was today's client who brought the service fee. Seeing the money, the girl immediately attacked it and snatched it from the guy's hands. Hua also saw the business card in the guy's hands and decided to ask who left it. The guy explained that they saw some skills in him and the client wants him to become her bodyguard. Hua read the name Lin Chiu and the name of the international organization on the business card. The girl hit Li Qing on the shoulder and screamed loudly in admiration. Hua said that the guy was very lucky and was turning from a peasant into a beautiful phoenix. Most of all, the girl was interested in the guy's salary and he replied that he was offered a 5-digit figure, but he refused. The girl started shaking her employee and said that he was crazy if he refused such a thing. The guy said that there was nothing wrong with that, because he didn't know how to work as a bodyguard and wouldn't be able to leave Sister Hua. The girl looked at Li Qing and said that he was a complete fool if he could refuse such an offer. The girl tried to persuade the guy to agree to take a new job and added that he could visit her at any time. Li Qing still stood his ground and told the girl that he categorically did not want to go there. Hua said that this international organization is the largest in Yanjing and students from prestigious universities are racking their brains about how to get there, and fate gave this opportunity to the guy. Li Qing reiterated that he didn't want to do this and it was better for him to be closer to Hua. The girl sharply shouted at the guy and asked him to stop talking nonsense. The girl reminded the guy that she took him in because he was homeless, but in her opinion, Li Qing cannot hang around the store all the time and must call the company back right now. The guy said that the girl gave him the whole night to think about it and since Hua insists on this, then he will meet her tomorrow. Hua exhaled with relief and said that she would treat the guy today, and then asked where he wanted to go. Li Qing and her sister Hua went to a local nightclub instead of the expected restaurant. Hua asked what they were doing behind the bar and how the drinks would fill their stomachs. Li Qing said that he didn't come here for food, but just wanted to drink and relax. The girl thought that the guy regarded her words as that she was driving him away, so she told him that this was not at all true, this was just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tired of this, Li Qing said that he knew this and thanked Hua for being so kind to him. The guy picked up the bottle from the table and thanked the girl for taking care of him for the last 2 years. Li Qing raised the bottle to his mouth and thanked the girl again. Hua told the guy that he had changed a lot and added that she felt ashamed because of this. The girl felt guilty, and Li Qing offered to drink to their health and future. Hua asked the guy to drink slowly and scolded him for drinking almost all the drinks she ordered. Li Qing put his head on the girl's shoulder and began to flirt with her. The guy already had his hand on Hua's waist and the girl decided to ask how drunk he was. Li Qing assured the girl that he was still conscious and Hua tried to calm the guy down. The guy looked at the girl and asked who she thought he was, a good person or a bad one. The girl awkwardly said that she thought Li Qing was a good person, but she still didn't understand why he was asking all this. Li Qing laughed and mockingly said that this may not be true, after which he became even closer to the girl. The drunk guy took Hua's hand and the girl began to ask what he was going to do. Li Qing rose from his chair and invited the girl to dance with him. Frightened, Hua said that she did not know how to dance, after which she asked the drunken guy to let her go. Li Qing tried to press closer and closer to the frightened girl, otherwise she tried to push away from him. The guy asked what Hua was afraid of and said that he could teach her to dance if she was shy. The guy turned around and stepped aside, saying that it was the girl's first time at the bar and she simply had to dance. The couple was immediately surrounded by guys who also came to the club and began to appreciate Hua's beauty. One of the guys stood behind the girl and began loudly discussing her appearance and figure. The guy's hand was already approaching the girl's body, but then he heard indignant cries. The bully's hand was intercepted by Li Qing, who threateningly asked the guy to calm down. Qing began to squeeze the guy's hand more and more tightly, and he begged to let him go. Li Qing took pity on the impudent guy and let go of his hand, after which he asked not to pester Hua. But the guy could not stand such an attitude towards himself and asked Qing if he knew who he had contacted. Another guy had already approached Li Qing from behind and swung at him, but Qing's reaction was much faster and now his hand was swinging at the intruder. The guy managed to give a strong slap to the bully and throw him aside. But Li Qing did not stop there and continued beating the impudent scumbag. For a long time, the guy beat and taught the local guys how to communicate with girls. After a short fight, the thugs offendedly told Li Qing to wait for his reprisal. After the threats, both guys quickly ran away, leaving Li Qing and Hua at a loss. The girl suggested that Li Qing leave here quickly so that the hooligans would not invite anyone. But Li Qing had no intention of going anywhere. He said that these guys are just two naughty children who should not be afraid. The guy again took up Hua and offered his help in teaching the girl to dance. The girl doubted for a long time, but still agreed and said that she would dance a little. Li Qing was pleased with this news and began to show Sister Hua some moves. There was a lot more light on the dance floor and the DJ turned the music up to full volume. One of the guys who was beaten by Li Qing pointed towards the dance floor and told his boss that his offenders were there. The guy's hand pointed at Li Qing and Hua, who were trying to join the crowd and dance. Qing praised the girl and she, in turn, agreed that dancing was indeed very simple. The big man whistled and called the dancing couple over to him to talk to them more closely. The man once again repeated to Li Qing and Hua that he was addressing them specifically. The scumbag said that he was interested in how fierce the couple were and he imagined them a little differently. The big man's henchmen began to laugh at their boss's jokes and called him very witty. Indignant, Hua ordered the two teenagers to shut their mouths and not laugh. The boss called the girl brave and added that he likes brave girls. Hua didn't understand how to react to the scumbag's compliments, so she simply remained silent. The delighted thug said that the girl was very hot and he hit the jackpot for the evening. Li Qing came to Hua's defense and asked the scumbag what he needed from them. The man laughed and said that the couple had only two possible options. The scumbag offered to give 100,000 as compensation for his brother's medical expenses. But there was a second option, but then Hua would have to spend the night with the boss's brothers. The teenagers were already laughing joyfully and assuring the guy that they would not offend the girl. The girl became indignant and called it all blackmail, but Li Qing asked her not to worry and assured her that he would sort everything out. Qing handed the cigarette to the big guy and said that it was all a misunderstanding and they didn't want to create any problems, but his brothers were chasing them. The thug broke the glass of alcohol he was holding out of anger. The scumbag grabbed Li Qing by the collar and asked if he really wanted to blame his brothers. The big man looked at Hua again and said that the girl herself asked for his brothers to pester her. Li Qing realized that there would be no more negotiations, so he hit the boss in the face. The terrified henchmen saw Qing knock out their boss's tooth and began to scream. One of the guys swore that he would kill Li Qing, after which he turned to the crowd of his friends. The scumbag called on everyone to catch and beat up the new visitor. The owner of the club heard all this, who ordered the security to throw the instigators of the fight out and call the police. A squad in a police car quickly arrived at the scene, as the owner requested. The officer ordered her patrol officers to immediately detain anyone involved in the fight. A few hours later, all the guys were already taken to the police station. The employees forced the guys to do squats and began to lecture them about how they had gotten involved with gangs in vain. The police officer pointed a lamp at Li Qing and began asking him what his name was and where he was from. The guy covered his face with his hand and said that he was about to go blind. He also added that the girl had watched too many crime films. The employee was not in the mood to listen to the guy's jokes and asked him to answer the question. The guy didn't want to quickly answer all the questions, so he simply said his name. Hua was also at the station and explained to the policeman that they were innocent because the hooligans were the first to confront them. During the interrogation, the police tormented Li Qing with questions about the Black Tiger gang and why did he fight with her. The guy, of course, did not understand what we were talking about and said that he was an ordinary person and was not in a gang. The officer was distrustful of Li Qing and ironically asked if he was really an ordinary person. The girl pointed out that the boss of those guys outside is now in the hospital and he was knocked out with one blow. The guy said that workers who looked like them must be very strong and he would not have hit that man if he knew that he was so weak. The girl recalled that the guy was able to defeat 10 people and left without a scratch. It doesn't look like brute force alone. The policewoman asked did Li Qing train for this and what kind of scumbag is he? The guy looked at the employee's chest with one eye and said that her collar looked too open. Li Qing said it was incredible that the girl's shirt could no longer hold her breasts. The guy did not stop flattering the policewoman and called her very nice, after which he said that many colleagues were not indifferent to her. Li Qing said that since there is such a beautiful policewoman here, he wants to be arrested many more times, but the policewoman could not stand it and slammed her hand on the table. The girl realized that the guy was very suspicious and was trying to change the topic of conversation. The policewoman stood up and walked towards the detainee while Li Qing tried to find out what she would do. The girl was already very close and the guy thought that she would want to hit him for his vulgar compliments. The girl stood almost next to Li Qing and he was able to see her breasts even better. The police officer asked why the guy was trying to change the subject of the conversation and also asked if he knew martial arts. The employee said that the largest local gang hired several powerful killers. The guy smelled the girl's body and thought that she wanted to seduce him and catch him in his weakness. The policewoman asked if Li Qing was the assassin, adding that someone from Black Tiger had a grudge against his gang. Another girl entered the interrogation room and called the inspector. The girl said that witnesses confirmed that Li Qing did not start the fight, and it was just self-defense, so there is no point in interrogating him anymore. The employee said that she understood everything and moved a little further away from Li Qing. The girl explained to the guy that he was lucky this time, but advised him not to get caught by her again. At the exit, a worried Hua was waiting for the guy, who immediately began asking if everything was okay with Li Qing. The employee saw the dissatisfied look of the inspector and also asked if everything was okay with her. The girl said that this guy is not as simple as he seems and asked to bring his file. The inspector asked her assistant to do this as quickly as possible. The girl noticed the undone button on the inspector's shirt and called her over again. The interested inspector asked what happened, not paying attention to her appearance. The girl pointed out to her boss that the button had come off and she remembered that it happened during the interrogation. The employee asked the inspector to be more careful, because every time she had to help sew the button back. Hua saw Li Qing looking at the police with concern and asked what happened. The guy waved it off and said that everything was fine, after which he suggested we go home. Meanwhile, the inspector and his assistants were still working at the police station. The policewoman called the captain over and said that Li Qing's file was a little strange. The dossier said that Li Qing was a 25-year-old guy who returned to the country 2 years ago, but there was nothing more. Already at the 4C service center, the girl beckoned Li Qing to her. Hua said that she had already washed herself and reminded Li Qing that it was his turn. The guy took all his clothes, a towel, and went into the shower, singing his song. Li Qing hummed how much he loved taking showers and adjusted the water temperature to the desired temperature. The guy had already stood under the stream of water and many scars were visible on his back. The guy also had the same scars on his ribs that resembled cuts. The guy's entire body, except for his hands, was covered in scars. In the morning, Li Qing went to the international company as Sister Hua requested. Mrs. A couldn't believe that the guy actually came to her work. Li Qing said that he really wanted to work in her company, but not as a bodyguard, but as a repairman. The concerned girl asked if the guy really wanted to work as a repairman. The girl thought that the guy was truly talented and if he was on her side, he would save her from many problems, so she could first accept him as an ordinary repairman, and therefore convince him to become a bodyguard. The boss called on the phone and asked An Qing to come see her now. Mrs. Ace told the guy that from now on he will be part of the maintenance department. An Qing entered the office and notified Miss Lin about this. Miss Lin introduced her assistant to Li Qing and said that he would work in the maintenance department after filling out the application. The assistant turned around and asked the new guy to follow her. After some time, Li Qing finished filling out the form and went to An Qing. The guy came up with a completed form and asked to be checked. An Qing examined the profile and noticed that the guy did not write down his phone number. Li Qing said that he did not have a mobile phone, and therefore no number. The girl was surprised that there are young people who do not have a telephone. Apparently Lin respects him very much. An Qing had to accept the form and she took the guy to the maintenance department. One of the department employees was eating noodles right at his workplace when the girl entered the room. An Qing did not like the fact that her employees had lunch during working hours and immediately drew attention to this. The guys immediately turned towards the girl and began to look at her awkwardly. An Qing warned the guys that she would deduct 100 from their salaries for this offense. She also showed them the new employee and asked them to take care of each other. The newcomer immediately said that he was pleased to meet everyone and said that his name was Li Qing. One of the employees said that there was nothing pleasant about this and accused the guy of being the reason the devil An Qing came here. Li Qing immediately attacked with questions about why An Qing is a devil and why is the guy quitting. The employee explained that the company has a lot of rules and they want guys to fix everything for an average salary and 2 have already left. The technical service department called the phone, but no one was in a hurry to answer. The dissatisfied employee asked Li Qing to pick up the phone and he kindly agreed. The guy introduced himself and was asked to come to the lingerie department because the computer there was malfunctioning. Li Qing asked where the lingerie department was and was told that it was on the 15th floor. The guy went to the elevator and a few minutes later he was already on the 15th floor. Li Qing said that he was from the support department and asked whose computer was crashing. The surprised girls folded their underwear and did not understand where the guy came from. Another girl came out to the guy and said that she had problems with her computer. Li Qing assessed the girl and thought that she looked quite young, which meant she was apparently a trainee. The girl showed the guy the computer and said that it suddenly broke down while working. Li Qing said that there was nothing serious and he could fix everything in 10 minutes. About 10 minutes passed and Li Qing pressed the start button, saying that everything was ready. On the computer screensaver there was a tied-up employee in an erotic dress. Li Qing began to feel a little embarrassed as soon as he saw the title screen and it was visible on his face. The girl realized that she had completely forgotten about the screensaver and this made her feel ashamed. The employee told the guy that if he fixed the computer, he should hurry up and leave. The girl said that they would see each other again, and Li Qing realized from the moles on her back that it was this employee who was on the screensaver. The girl pounced on the guy and asked if he noticed her moles on her back and realized that she was the one on the screensaver. The frightened employee asked the guy not to tell anyone about this. The girl began to threaten the guy, and he calmly replied that he would not tell anyone about this. It's time for lunch, which means all department employees can have a snack. Li Qing discovered that he did not bring any cash with him, which meant he needed to withdraw money from the bank to have lunch. The guy went to the bank, which was not so far from the office. Just a couple of minutes later, Li Qing stood in line with the elderly grandmother. The guy heard 2 guys discussing the upcoming robbery and became very wary. One of the intruders asked his partner to close his mouth and wait for the signal, and Li Qing realized that this was a strange conversation for bank visitors. The guy realized that two people definitely wouldn't want to rob the bank, because there were a lot of people here. Li Qing saw Lin Qiu holding a suitcase and asked himself what was she doing here. The guy noticed the suitcase in her hands and guessed that it was filled with money. A picture of everything that was happening immediately formed in Li Qing's head, and he realized that this could all end very badly. The guy grabbed the boss's hand and asked her to stop immediately. The girl recognized Li Qing and asked how she could help him and why he grabbed her hand. Li Qing said that there was something wrong with this bank and asked the boss to leave. And Qing approached and slapped the guy on the hands, and he let go of the boss. Lin Qing said that if a guy needs something, he can say so, but touching Mrs. Lin is forbidden. The guy immediately got nervous and said that he didn't want to do this, he was trying to warn them. But before Li Qing had time to warn about the upcoming robbery, shots were heard in the building. The masked robbers ordered everyone to lie down on the ground and not move, otherwise they would open fire. One of the robbers ordered everyone to hide their hands behind their heads and move quietly into the reception area, and he also warned that he would kill anyone who tried to escape. Li Qing told the frightened girls not to panic and to do whatever the bandit said. The guy also told the girl to give the suitcase to the robbers if they saw it. The robber fired another shot into the ceiling and asked visitors to quickly move to the reception area. There was another shot and shouts for people to quickly go to the reception area. Meanwhile, the reception area was empty, but people began to obey the robbers. The armed bandits also warned everyone to leave their phones there. Li Qing immediately began to analyze the robbers and realized that this was not their first case, but only one of them was armed. The bandits had everything clear, 4 people in the group, 3 controlled the crowd while 1 watched, but there was also something strange. One of the bandits tried to break the glass with a fire extinguisher, but it didn't work. This seemed strange to Li Qing, because the guys should be professionals. The guy with the fire extinguisher told the boss that glass couldn't just be broken, but the leader said that otherwise they would not get the money, so he forced his ward to continue beating. Li Qing noticed that the main robber was constantly looking at his watch, as if he was waiting for something. The guy realized that the robbers did not know about the bulletproof glass in the bank, but this is strange, because they do not look like idiots. There was a drawing in the guy's hands and Li Qing immediately began to peer at it. In the drawing there was a girl who strongly resembled Lin Qiu and it seemed strange for the guy. Li Qing guessed that perhaps the main goal was not a bank robbery at all. One of the bandits turned towards Li Qing and pointed his finger at him. Li Qing thought that he had been discovered and even became a little nervous. The masked thug ordered the guy to stand up and continued pointing his finger at him. But the bandit did not mean the guy, but the 2 girls who were behind him, Lin Qiu and An Qing. Li Qing realized that it would be very bad if the robber recognized the girl from the drawing. The bandit actually began to compare Lin Qiu with the girl who was in the drawing. Li Qing realized that this could be the last straw, so he began shouting his boss's name. The 2 robbers began to look at each other, not understanding the guy. Li Qing hugged An Qing to confuse the robbers and said that he would protect her. The girl did not understand what was happening while the guy confessed his love to her. Frightened, Lin Qiu stood next to the bandit and looked at her drawing. One of the robbers asked the guy what he called the girl. Li Qing stood in front of the girl and asked the robbers what they wanted to do with Lin Qiu. An Qing didn't understand why she was called by the boss's name, but she noticed the surprised looks of the robbers and guessed that Lin Qiu was their target. The robber asked the girl again what her name was. An Qing realized that now it was worth playing along and said that her name was really Lin Qiu. One of the bandits told the boss that he saw some similarities between the girl in the drawing and An Qing, but the boss was not so simple and said that he didn't think so and that they were trying to deceive them. The police quickly arrived at the scene and surrounded the bank building. The police officer ordered her employees to surround all exits from the bank in groups of 2 and protect the hostages at all costs. A tense atmosphere remained in the bank and the robbers threatened all visitors. One of the bandits approached the boss to tell him about the troubles. The guy said that the police should have already been notified about the robberies. The boss kept comparing An Qing with the girl in the drawing, but could not find any similarities. The robber told the boss that they didn't have any more time and couldn't wait that long. The boss said that he liked this girl and ordered her to be tied up and she would be their main hostage. The girl was hiding behind the cash register, trying not to make any sounds, but the bandit went to her and hit the table. The scumbag said that he saw an employee there and pointed the gun towards the cash register. The bandit said that he saw a small clerk hiding under the table. The robber ordered to immediately throw all the money through the window or he would shoot her in the head. The girl didn't even think about resisting and threw away a huge bag of cash. The accomplices kept reminding the boss about the time and asking him to hurry up. The boss ordered to take the hostage with him and leave here. But the bandit was stopped by Li Qing, who sharply grabbed his leg and asked him not to do this. Li Qing said that he could not live without Qiu Qiu and asked the robbers to take him hostage too. The boss called the guy crazy and ordered him to get away from him immediately. One of the accomplices advised the boss to take the guy with him, citing the fact that they had absolutely no time left. The bandit said that the guy was really crazy. They also added that there were a lot of girls around and it was not worth making such sacrifices. A huge police force was already meeting the robbers outside the bank. The police reminded all employees to be careful and preserve the lives of the hostages. After a short briefing, the police gave the command to move forward and all the cops began to carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, the robbers simply drove past the police with hostages in the car. The street along which the robbers were driving was completely empty and there were no police there. The bandit started laughing loudly and said that these policemen are so stupid. Lin Qiu Qiu told the police that they were late and the robbers had just left with the hostages and money. The police ordered Officer Li to check the camera footage to determine the model and license plate number of the robber's car. The officer also asked to inform the traffic police so that they could help them and set up roadblocks on roads leading outside the city. The girl said that it would be difficult to find the criminals if they left the city, so they must catch them before the robbers do so. The robbers followed the route, adhering to all traffic rules, so as not to stand out from the traffic. One of the thugs asked the boss what they would do with this guy next. The boss took off his mask and said that they would bury the poor fellow as soon as they left the city. The employee said that she had entered the license plate number of the car, but it turned out to be fake and did not belong to this minivan. The police realized that the fake license plates were an indication that the robbers were not stupid. The girl said that the robbers know exactly how to evade the police and it will be difficult for them to catch them. The police officer said that even if they changed numbers, they still wouldn't be able to get through the checkpoint and leave the city, but they might have a backup plan. Li Qing guessed that the police were already looking for the criminals, but from their appearance it was impossible to tell what they were worried about, which meant there was a hidden ace up their sleeve. The car stopped and one of the bandits said that they had arrived at the scene. Li Qing examined the area and tried to understand why they were brought here. The guy tried to understand what was going on here, but could not find a clear answer. The driver asked all passengers to hold on and prepare for a sudden jerk. The car began to accelerate and Li Qing noticed that the driver was driving too fast. The guy thought they would collide with the truck if the driver continued to accelerate. The robber's minivan began honking loudly at the truck driver who was driving in front of them. Frightened, Qing already thought that the robbers wanted to kill them all by colliding with the truck. But it was all for a reason, and the truck driver opened the rear luggage lid from his cab. The minivan driver took good aim to drive inside at high speed. And now the car was able to climb into the cargo compartment of the truck at high speed. One of the criminals turned his attention to Li Qing and said that this scared boy thought they would crash into the truck. The guy said that he would tear the tape off the hostage's mouth, but another criminal began to warn him against this. The criminal took off the tape and said that the guy risked his life for Lin Qiu Qiu because she is the CEO of a prestigious company, but this time there will be no reward for his heroism. The guy asked if the criminals knew Qiu Qiu and they replied that if they didn't know, they wouldn't have kidnapped her. The boss ordered everyone to shut up and also get out of the car along with the hostages. In the back of the truck, Qing could be heard trying to say something through the tape. Li Qing apologized to the girl and said that he really didn't understand what the girl was trying to say. The truck driver knocked on the door and notified the boss that they had arrived at the location. The truck was in a mountainous area where you could see a slope into the water. The car in which the robbers escaped from the bank went straight into the water. The entire group of criminals took the hostages out and they watched the car sink. The boss said that the police would now be unable to find them because the car they used to escape in was no longer there. One of the criminals asked what they would do with the brave guy. The boss said that he remembered the shovel that was left in the car, hinting that they would now bury him. The criminal said that he would now take out a shovel and they would bury the guy near the shore. The truck driver said that there were only stones around and criminals would not be able to bury him here. The boss asked what to do and the old driver suggested burying the poor fellow on a deserted hill. Frightened, and Ching could not believe that Li Qing would now be buried, but the guy himself remained calm. The boss asked Uncle Chen to give them a ride to the nearest place where they could bury the guy, and the driver agreed. The guys got into the back of the truck again and went to the nearest hill to bury Li Qing. Already in the back, one of the thugs said that Lin Qiu really is a beauty. The two kidnappers said that the girl had a good body, and then offered to have fun with the girl while there was time. The boss said that if a guy cares about his friend, then it's in his best interests not to do anything with the girl, because they can't do that to Kay. The boss reminded them that they must deliver the girl to the villa that night, and after they transfer and receive the money, they can have fun with whoever they want. Li Qing sat next to An Qing and began to laugh loudly after the robber's words. The boss asked the guy why he was laughing and reminded him that they were now on their way to bury him. Li Qing replied that he was laughing at the boss, or rather at how stupid a pig he was. The boss couldn't believe his ears for a couple of seconds and decided to ask the hostage again. What did he say? The criminal asked the driver to drive faster, but the old man said that it was dangerous and there was no need to rush. The guy explained that they grabbed this guy because they had no choice, he was unpredictable, and now they were in a hurry to get rid of him. The boss grabbed Li Qing by the collar and said that judging by his provocations, the guy wants to die as quickly as possible. Li Qing was calm and said that the kidnapper had made two major mistakes. The boss asked what mistakes he made and Li Qing began to explain to him. The guy hit the criminal in the stomach and said that he should not have approached him. The surprised accomplices began to look at each other and ask each other how he was able to free himself. Li Qing did not waste time and began to finish off the boss of the criminals. The guy still coped with the first two blows, but the last one was the end for him. The boss of the thugs collapsed on the floor of the truck, and the surprised An Qing could not believe that the repairman managed to knock out the bandit. The accomplices immediately ran up to their leader and found that he was passed out. The mobile phone fell out of Li Qing's hands, right next to his feet. The scumbag quickly found out that it was his phone and asked the guy how he got it. Li Qing said that earlier, when he was talking in the minivan, he managed to borrow a mobile phone. The second criminal asked in surprise whether the guy had already been released at that moment. Li Qing picked up the phone, apologized for dropping it and thanked him for this opportunity, after which he added that the police would be here soon. The thugs attacked Li Qing and began calling him a freak and threatening him with death. A scuffle broke out in the back of the truck and the vehicle could be heard shaking. The guy who was sitting in the cabin said that very strange sounds were coming from behind. The old man assumed that it was the long-haired guy who could not control himself next to the beautiful girl. After a small fight, Li Qing managed to tie up all the criminals and seal their mouths. The guy said that he was waiting first for the opportunity to deal with the boss of the group. Li Qing handed the gun into An Qing's hands and said that he had a task for the girl. The guy asked the girl to help him look after these three criminals. An Qing asked what Li Qing wanted to do and he replied that he was going to stop the truck. The truck continued to drive at its speed while Li Qing thought about his plan. The guy opened the door and began to inspect the outside of the body to see what he could catch on. An Qing asked why the guy opened the doors. Was he really going to jump? Li Qing asked what would happen to the girl if he jumped out and ran away from here. The guy said that he himself dragged the girl into all this, so he would take responsibility and return her safe and sound. Li Qing got out of the car and tried to feel the top of the door to grab a hold. The guy was able to grab the top of the door with his hand and began to reach out. Admired, An Qing could not believe that a maintenance worker could do such a thing. The guy quickly rose up and turned his body so as not to fly off. Li Qing managed to climb onto the roof, from where he could walk all the way to the cabin. The criminal was able to see something wrong in the mirrors and this alerted him. The scumbag asked the driver to wait and he asked what happened this time. The scumbag said he just saw a shadow on the roof of the truck through the mirror. The guy said that he had not imagined it and added that he would now get some smoke and check everything, and he also asked the old man not to stop. The scumbag came out of the driver's cabin and Li Qing was already waiting for him from above. The truck picked up speed and the driver drove as if nothing had happened. The bandit began to inspect the roof of the truck in an attempt to find the unwanted guest. There was a pistol behind the scumbag's back, but he couldn't see anything on the roof. Li Qing hid on the other side of the truck and waited for the criminal to return to the cab. The intruder turned away and Li Qing felt that now was the best moment. The guy noticed a pistol in the hands of the bandit and realized that he first needed to disarm him. Li Qing jumped towards his opponent to knock the gun out of his hand. The guy succeeded and the gun fell from the robber's hands onto the roof. The weapon could be heard knocking against the metal lid of the truck. The frightened bandit began to turn around and ask who else was there besides him. After a few seconds, the robber was still able to see Li Qing and recognized him. The scumbag asked where the boss and the rest of the robbers were. Li Qing ironically asked, what did the guy himself think happened to them? The bandit began to put brass knuckles on his hands and said that Li Qing was a very capable guy. Li Qing assessed his opponent and realized that because of the brass knuckles, it would not be so easy for him to win. The robber took a stance in front of the guy and was preparing for a serious fight. Li Qing said that it might sound strange, but he had not been so excited for a long time. The guys exchanged angry glances and began to fight right on the roof of the truck. The bandit decided not to wait for Li Qing and strike first. The first attempt missed and Li Qing managed to dodge the blow. The guy also managed to block the second blow, but this bandit was no longer such an easy opponent. The scumbag did not stop his series of blows on the poor fellow. Li Qing tried to stay on his feet after powerful blows from his opponent. After unsuccessful attempts to strike with his fists, the kidnapper began to use his legs. The guy began to kick Li Qing, but he did not allow a single blow to reach its target. The bandit said that he overestimated the guy and thought that he had at least some abilities. Li Qing told the opponent not to be so arrogant, because he did not expect his good kicks. Li Qing explained that although he has been idle for 2 years, he still remembers to train. The guy wasn't tired at all and told the scumbag to continue. Uncle Chen was surprised that the bandit took so long to check the roof. The driver did not want to lose such a large order and he was sincerely rooting for the guy. Despite his fears, the old man continued to drive and did not check anything on his own. The scumbag continued to use his legs to break through Li Qing's block, but he was unsuccessful. The guy noticed a gun behind him and realized what the kidnapper was up to. Li Qing realized that he couldn't let the bandit get his hands on the firearm. The bandit did not stop and anger and hatred began to boil in his eyes. The scumbag began to prepare his leg for the next blow, while Li Qing thought about what to do with the gun. The bandit was already flying behind the guy to finish him off with his foot while Li Qing was reaching for the gun. Li Qing still managed to reach the weapon. Li Qing's reaction allowed him to dodge his opponent's powerful strike. But the fight was not over. The bandit had enough strength to beat the guy with his hands. Li Qing was able to dodge the scumbag's fists. The surprised and angry bandit did not understand why he could not hit the guy and this made him even angrier. Even the truck driver heard the sounds of the fight, despite the noise of the traffic. The old man began to understand that things were not going well for the bandit and began to worry. Li Qing told the scumbag to give up if he didn't want to get kicked out. The scumbag did not want to believe in his defeat and looked at Li Qing resentfully. The guy reminded that this truck was heading to the mountain to bury him, which means that if the bandit falls from here, he will probably die. The scumbag accepted the guy's conditions and said that he was giving up. Li Qing asked the guy to go up to the roof and warned him not to even think about trying to do anything. The bandit obeyed the guy and began to climb back onto the roof of the truck. But apparently the scumbag had his own plans for Li Qing. The bandit stabbed the guy in the leg with a hidden knife as he climbed to the roof. Li Qing felt all the pain from the knife, but did not fall off the truck. The guy managed to push the scumbag off the truck, as he promised. The scumbag pressed his arms to his body and rolled down the mountain after his stunt. Li Qing realized that the scumbag had a knife hidden and took hold of its handle. The guy, through pain and suffering, tried to pull the knife out of his leg. Li Qing took out the knife from his leg and was able to throw it off the truck. While the guy was throwing away the knife, he noticed a strange man on the road. Li Qing began to look at him and realized that he seemed familiar to him. Apparently he had already seen him. It was Mr. Chen. He waved to the guy and said hi. Li Qing realized that this was the same guy driving this truck. The truck was left without a driver and Li Qing tried to get into the cab to take control. But the doors simply did not open and Li Qing could not get inside. Li Qing realized that the old man used a stick to block the gas pedal and jumped out of the car. The guy said there was no time to stop the truck, it would be very bad if it reached the turn. Li Qing began to smash his fist into the window of the truck in hopes of knocking it out. The glass was very hard and Li Qing would not be able to break it quickly, and the guy forgot the gun on the roof. The truck continued to drive at high speed, accelerating more and more, and Qing guessed that if the guy left so long ago and the car didn't stop, then he was in trouble. Li Qing realized that they had too little time left and they were about to crash. There were only a few meters left before the turn, which means the truck will soon break through the fence and fly out. But Li Qing's efforts were not in vain and the guy managed to break through the glass into the driver's cabin. The guy grabbed the steering wheel and began to turn it to the left in order to have time to turn. The passengers of the body felt a sharp turn and the tied-up bandits began to roll all over the floor. Frightened, and Qing had already begun to feel that they might all die in this truck. But Li Qing seemed to have succeeded and the truck did not fly off the road. The guy understood that the turn was too sharp and they might not make it in time. The truck turned into a grinding corner, but Li Qing was not happy about it. The guy realized that with such a sharp turn the trailer could overturn. The truck trailer might not have been able to handle such a sharp turn. The trailer was saved from overturning by a road fence along the entire highway. Inside the trailer, Qing and the criminals were thrown violently from side to side. The joyful Li Qing realized that everything was fine now and praised the road barriers. The police arrived at the scene, called by the guy still in the minivan. The police ordered the truck to stop immediately. Li Qing was very happy that the police finally decided to come to his call. Police cars surrounded the truck and officers began to exit their vehicles. Li Qing asked why the police were so slow, because the robbers had fled and they had only arrived now. But to the surprise of Li Qing himself, he was handcuffed when he tried to stop the truck. The guy asked why he was being arrested, and the policeman replied that he was the robber. The girl who interrogated the guy immediately recognized him and said it was him. The girl said that she knew that the guy was a scoundrel, but did not expect that he would rob a bank the day after he left the police station. Li Qing began to shout that the police were wrong and he was not a robber. The policeman reported to the captain that they had found a hostage, 3 more robbers and a pile of stolen money. The captain said that all the evidence was clear, and then ordered the guy to be taken to the police station. And Qing saw how the guy was handcuffed and couldn't just watch it. The girl shouted Li Qing's name and ran towards him, and Qing asked the police what they were doing and asked them to release the guy immediately. Worried, Qing hugged the guy and asked if he was okay after this. The girl said that the cops arrested the wrong person, and Li Qing is a good guy. If he hadn't called the police, they wouldn't have come. And Qing told the captain that she doesn't even know the difference between good and evil, so she can't be a police officer. And Qing demanded that the police hurry up and free the guy. Li Qing began to fall right in Qing's arms and the girl began to ask what was wrong with him. The policeman said that the guy was badly injured and there was blood all over his legs. The captain ordered the guy to be taken to the car and added that she would take him to the hospital now. Li Qing was successfully taken to the hospital. The guy had already begun to come to his senses and smell the familiar smell of antiseptic. The guy already understood that he was in the hospital, but to make sure of this, he needed to open his eyes. There was a woman's hand on the guy's forehead and Li Qing felt it well. From this, the guy began to open his eyes to find out who could come to him. It was Lin Chiu who was asking if the guy had woken up after his injury. The girl asked if the guy was hungry, because he had been sleeping for a long time, but Li Qing replied that he was not. But the guy's growling stomach gave him away and Lin Chiu understood everything. The girl asked Li Qing to wait so she could go downstairs and buy him something tasty. The girl said that she would return soon and Li Qing began to wait for her in his room. The embarrassed protagonist was confused. Miss Lin suddenly became kinder, but she is still just his employer. The weather outside is warm and sunny, nothing bad, but for some reason the guy feels uneasy. After some time, the girl comes to him again, showing him what she bought. She scooped up some soup because it was hot, raised the spoon to her lips, and blew carefully. Already cooled, Lin tries to feed the patient, bringing her closer. The guy is very embarrassed, and the girl doesn't understand what she did wrong and why he has that expression on his face. He turns to his mistress and says that she should not do such a thing. Miss is very upset by his words, because she honored the vein in front of him. Tears appear in her eyes. The already frightened guy asks what he did wrong. Lin takes Li Qing's palm, which is completely bandaged, it turns out that all his fingers were broken and he has a serious leg injury. She was very grateful to both him and Ching for saving her, yet they then stood up to protect her. The defense attorney replies that the main thing is that everyone remained safe and sound, the police captured the criminals and now there is no need to worry. Indeed, the girl speaks with a wary look when it comes to the police. After this, becoming furious, she says that Captain Tan mistook him for a robber and arrested him. Out of anger, she squeezes her hand tightly, which hurts the guy. Miss believes that it was because of her that he lost consciousness and a lot of blood. Li Qing justifies the police by saying that it was an unusual situation, but it is difficult to convince the girl and she wants to teach her a lesson. The girl who was watching came from behind the door and showed up, making sounds to be noticed. Miss Lin didn't expect that there was someone there, so she was surprised and pulled the guy's hand again. She approached Captain Tang and said that she was just talking about her. The policewoman had a serious face and in fact she came to apologize. But Miss Lin's apology is not enough. If it weren't for her, Li Qing would have been fine, and reacting later could have ended badly. The main character asks the lady to let the captain in, because she wanted to tell him something. She looks at him displeased, but agrees. Still, the girl personally came to visit the guy. When leaving, Miss Lin warns her not to lay a finger on him, but she has other things to do, so she will leave first. Warm weather, a large building with many windows, yet this is a new modern hospital and this is where the hero is located. A policewoman comes into the room and addresses the guy by name, who in turn says that she should continue the conversation. The girl sincerely asks for forgiveness, but still remains with a serious face. Then she puts her hand in her pocket and tries to find something. The guy looks and does not understand what she is doing. Captain Tan takes out a letter containing an apology from her personally. In it, she expressed her deepest regrets for that incident, which is why Li Qing accepts it. He asks the policewoman to sit down as she looks tense. She seems to be following an order and agrees. She sits down next to her, but the guy remains silent. Also after this, the girl asks to read the letter right now. His answer turns out to be positive. When he opens it, he thinks there are a lot of words in there and wonders what she wrote there. The girl, as if remembering something, looks at him with an excited look. She forgot that his arms were broken and decided to take the letter and read it herself. Taking it carefully in her hands with an important face, she begins to read. She starts reading so loudly that even the nurses outside the door can hear her voice. The guy is shocked by this. He addresses Captain Tan, trying to talk over her so that she can hear and stop. Taking her away with a rude gesture, he says that there is no need to read this and he forgives her. She looks at him in bewilderment and doesn't believe it's true, and then gratefully says that he has a big heart. She sits silently and smiles, and Li Qing thinks why she doesn't leave and how long she will sit here. Again she turns to the poor protagonist, who already thinks that she is going to leave. But it turns out that no, the policewoman is going to massage his legs. He is shocked by such a proposal and asks again. She abruptly removes the blanket from his legs, and he makes an incomprehensible sound out of surprise and embarrassment. Li Qing admits that the massage is good and thanks the girl, and she asks if it hurts him in that place. He answers that it's a little. Afterwards, the captain suggests that it is a kidney problem, but he, in turn, denies it. Switching the subject, the guy says his feet stink due to lack of washing after being hospitalized. The policewoman turns her head and says not to worry about her and that this is not true at all. It turns out that the hospital is surrounded by trees and outdoor seating. After some time, the guy moves the blanket and is about to get up. Puzzled, Captain Tan asks him to stop because the doctor said he shouldn't go up. The main character calms her down and says that he is just going to go to the toilet. Again she is looking for something and doing strange things, now under the bed. And so, the policewoman takes out a strange jar and says that this is a convenient hygienic urinal. She asks to use it for her needs, but the guy remains silent in complete shock. He doesn't listen to the girl and continues to get up, saying that there's nothing scary about it. A real man cannot endure such a test as this bottle. And again the girl stops him with a sharp movement, grabbing him by the shoulder. Captain Tan says she has full confidence in his determination, but he must follow the doctor's orders. She asks him not to worry because she took the whole day off to take care of him. She put him on the bed and covered him with a blanket, demanding that he leave the rest to her. Once again taking out and showing the shiny urinal, he assures that it is very convenient and hygienic. She puts him under the blanket, and poor Li Qing continues to look at her in embarrassment. She gasps from surprise and misunderstanding, and the girl continues to do something. He asks the captain to leave him there and then he will do everything himself. The policewoman insists that he cannot do without help. She asks to warn him when the device is in the correct position. She remembers that he is not allowed to move his hands, and then apologizes for the intrusion. The guy screams in embarrassment, not understanding the actions of the girl, who continues to do something. He begs her to stop, but it is too late and they have disturbed the nurse again. A window, a warm day and a view of the neighboring building. Next to it there is a beautiful plant. The guy has tears streaming from his eyes. He is sad because he can't do anything, and the girl continues to mock him. Concerned, she asks if he can cope and does he happen to have a simple. An angry Li Qing says that everything is fine with him, and is she saying this on purpose, right? Bamboo, a stream that flows down and turns into a small puddle. The main character finds this very embarrassing. The sound is so loud, he needs to come up with something to hide it. He begins to speak slurred words, and the surprised policewoman does not understand what is happening. The guy decided to sing a song about summer and how quickly it passed. The girl picks it up on the fly and also begins to sing a song, only this time another one about the cold wind and a green flower. Our hero didn't like her. Why did she choose her? It's a nice day, warm sunshine, green trees, and birds chirping. Our Li Qing's sister came to visit because Miss Lin said that he had woken up. Captain Tan says hello while the sad protagonist lies on the bed, offended. He is glad to see a new visitor and invites the policewoman to go first. Sister Hua came to take care of him, so there is nothing to worry about, and she can finally rest properly. Then the policewoman leaves and waves goodbye, but still says that she will return to visit him. The frightened main character is already thinking that it's time to change the hospital, otherwise they will lead him to his grave. Hua asks what's wrong with him because he looks terrible. There is a long sigh and Li Qing replies that it is a long story. A relative opens the lid of the pan she brought. It turns out she cooked porridge. The main entrance to the hospital looks good enough. What will happen next? Inside, the guy is spoon-fed. He can finally eat normally with appetite and without embarrassment, and here comes the last spoon. The sister brought something else for him. She rummaged through the bag to find it. She takes out a plush toy. Li Qing always takes it with her, so she wanted to please him. Not knowing what to say, he decided to remain silent, but in some ways this doll is very similar to him. Since Hua forgot to bring him a change of clothes, she decides to go back, saying if he needs anything. He called the nurse. The guy plops down on the pillow and decides to go to sleep, while the doll lies next to him. At some point he decides to turn to her. He is silent, looking at her. Suddenly, the main character throws a small plush version of himself onto the floor, after which he turns to the other side, and the doll continues to lie on the floor. A few days later, in the same hospital at the main entrance, an unknown woman asks the nurse how to get to the 307th ward. She tells how to get there. It turns out that it is in Qing. She thanks the worker and moves on. The nurse's thoughts indicate that she is very elegant and beautiful. Reaching the door about which she was smeared, she is about to enter. Opening the door, she greets and asks if Li Qing is here. There is silence in the room. There are 4 guys there who look like gangsters. One of them licks his lips. He is delighted and says that people like her are his type. The woman apologizes and is about to leave, realizing that she is in the wrong room. Even in the main character's room, you can hear noise, screams and murmurs coming from far away. Li Qing begins to frown, but still tries to ignore it and continue to sleep. The persecution began for Qing. Those guys followed her. They are trying to persuade her to join them and give her number. From the next door there are shouts that they are making too much noise and should be quieter. It turns out that it is Li Qing's voice, yet they were all able to wake him up together. He is very annoyed because his neighbors, who stopped by yesterday, are very disturbing. Even though the nurse reprimanded them, he won't be able to sleep. Suddenly, one of those who asked for the secretary's phone number bursts in from his feet. Walking in with a dissatisfied face, he asks if her boyfriend is here. The main character is at a loss as to what is happening, and then he and the gangster meet eyes. He looks at him mockingly and thinks that he has overestimated our guy. His self-esteem says that Li Qing looks like a useless and spineless guy and he is no match for me Jun Xiu. And Qing enters the main character's room and says that she came to visit him. The guy understands that it was about her. She sits down next to him and addresses him as if he were a dear person, complaining that they are pestering her. The gangster looks with a dissatisfied and angry look, wondering why this sweet girl is next to such a loser. Li Qing reassures the girl so that she does not worry. Afterwards, he turns to Jun Xiu and says that he is her boyfriend and he should leave, because An Qing wants to stay with him. The gangster puts his hand on his shoulder, but the guy's face shows that he doesn't like it. Jun Xiu offers a lucrative deal: give the girl to him, and he will pay a good sum for it. The indignant girl says how can he think that everything can be bought with money, and her boyfriend will never agree to this. With an unperturbed face, the main character agrees to this deal. An Qing is very dissatisfied with this, and the guy, in turn, with a satisfied face says that he is waiting for his cash. The gangster is even more convinced that anyone cares more about money than people, and he is really very simple. The main character seems to love money very much. Jun Xiu asks how much he wants. Next answer, he expects 5 million in cash, no more, no less. With a serious face, Jun Xiu asks if this amount is accurate. But after some deliberation, he agrees. Joyful, he runs, withdraws money and asks to wait a little time, because the bank is not far away. Shouting from the other end that he will return to her soon, the main thing is to wait for him. At this time, the manager is thinking, because the main character is not a coward, and most likely, he did this on purpose to teach him a lesson. Li Qing turns to An Qing, saying that they don't have much time. She needs help packing her things and leaving for another hospital as soon as possible before he returns. And they need to hurry, because the bank is not so close. The entrance to the bank looks ordinary, just where our lover should go. A satisfied guy leaves the bank, singing a song. In the background a female employee thanks him for visiting the bank. Someone suddenly takes him by the shoulder and apologizes, asking him to stop. To the guy's surprise, these are people from the police, and someone reported that he is involved in human trafficking and carries a large amount of money with him. Now he has to visit the police station. White clothes, a wheelchair, it looks like they managed to get ready. An Qing found a hospital to transfer him to a more hidden room where they could not reach them. The girl emphasizes that he is always so unusual. Who is he really? Li Qing replies that he is just a company employee, but the girl knows that he understood what she meant. The guy begins to philosophize, asking which personality is more important, the worker, the doctor, or the rich man. He is him, and no one else. After long conversations, it turns out that they have already reached their destination. In fact, An Qing's original goal was to thank him for saving her and apologize for causing trouble in the hospital. With a smile on his face, he tells her not to worry, and it is normal for a sweet lady like her to find herself in situations like this. From such words the girl is very embarrassed, because she did not expect such words. Even a blush appears on her cheeks. Since everything turned out this way, she decides to say goodbye and leave so as not to cause discomfort. In a good mood, he follows her with his eyes and waves his hand after her. An Qing, walking out the door, doesn't understand what's wrong with her. Her heart is pounding very quickly. Ever since Li Qing saved her, the feelings in her heart had become very difficult to describe. No matter where, no matter what, she sees him. Even a green palm tree in a pot reminds her of him. This beautiful face was imprinted on the girl's heart. Did she really fall in love? She admits defeat because she never thought she could fall in love with someone. The main character has been watching her for a long time and now doesn't know what the manager is doing, but apparently he shouldn't interfere. Big city, big houses, and warm mornings. Somewhere here you can find the office where he worked. He is joyful and tells his sister that he has finally returned home. Hua asks why he came so early. He shouldn't have been discharged yet and asks to give his bag. It turns out that it was not he who decided so, but the doctor allowed him to be discharged, adding that he recovered very quickly. It turns out that's what's going on. Then the boy should rest a couple more days at home and get to work. Beautiful buildings and a sky without a single cloud lift your spirits. Coming out of the store with bags and walking along the streets, he hears the sounds of music. While searching, he stumbles upon some establishment and finds out where these sounds are coming from. Deciding to go in, he sees another guy who greets him and asks if he would like something to drink. Li Qing asks if he can find out who the singer of this song is. The young bartender says with a slight smile that he has good taste. Taking out the cover with the artist's handsome face, he replies that this is the original song and it is very valuable. Long, dark hair falling over her shoulders and back. The most important difference in the drawing is the butterfly's tears. This is a song by the most popular singer in China, Mu Zhou'er, and it is a limited edition. It turns out that this is her debut album, a very valuable copy. The bartender notices that his customer is very serious and hopes that he is not there to cause a scene. With a straight face, the guy asks if he can sell the album. He refuses, saying it's one of his favorite albums. Holding out the black card, he offers 200,000 to buy it. A surprised guy with blonde hair wonders what such a person is doing here. The bartender doesn't like this proposal. He is the owner of a black card and offers only 200,000, doesn't that make him stingy? The main character asks again, if so, how much does he want? What amount can satisfy him? The guy who works in the store starts counting. Once he bought it for 500 and a year has already passed. Finally, in conclusion, 5 million is quite a large amount, but he is not going to give away his favorite thing just like that. Li Qing is not happy with this proposal. Anyway, this is a lot. The bartender insists, saying that 5 million is still cheap for such a thing, and this is his last word, agree or leave. Coming out, he sighs and thinks that he should already accept reality. She won't be on his side anymore. Buying her album will make him feel more depressed. Li Qing becomes even sadder than before. Someone from behind shouts his name, and Li Qing turns towards the familiar voice. This is An Qing. She has been looking for him for half a day, because Miss Lin asked to bring him to the office. The puzzled guy asks if she wants him to come to work. The manager replies that she did not go into detail and if he can, then it is advisable to go. He agrees, but first asks for a ride home, because he needs to take the food he bought. Now the building where Miss Lin is located is incredibly large, where it is difficult to even find the top. Arriving there, the manager says that she has some things to do and he should go to the madam's office. The elevator doors on which he ascended took him to the right place. When he came out and saw many men in black suits, he was again perplexed. He tries to slide through the muscular guys, asking them to let him pass. The main character wonders why so many people are surrounding Miss Lin's office. Approaching the lady's door, he makes himself known, saying that he has just arrived. Before entering, someone grabs his wrist, preventing him from going there. An unknown man with blue hair directs the guy to stand at the front of the line for an interview, to which Li Qing replies that he works here, and from the very beginning he did not come about work. Miss Lin's voice comes from behind the door, asking him to come in. The girl apologizes for calling him when he was on vacation. At first she wanted to introduce our hero to some person. Uncle Long Wu is her father's main bodyguard, and now he personally protects the lady. The second person introduced is Uncle Long's son, Long Jie. When he sees Li Qing, he calls him that same pervert. Since everyone is gathered, Miss Lin suggests heading to the gym. An incredible amount of new and empty exercise equipment surrounds him, and in the middle there is a large arena. The lady claims that she may be in danger later and wants the protagonist to help choose her bodyguards. Li Qing again thinks that she wants to make him a bodyguard again, but he is not going to agree anyway. Well, in order not to waste time chatting, you need to call the people outside right now. Many men lined up according to their number, then they need to introduce themselves one by one. The first was Husan, who studied martial arts for 10 years and won the national championship. The judges thought he was strong enough to get all the way there, so they decided to test him. Before the competition, Long Jie asks to be gentle with him. Well, it's time to start. Standing in the ring, the signal sounded to begin sparring. Husan attacks Long Jie with shouts, underestimating the enemy. With one wave of his hand, Long Jie defeats the thug and emerges victorious from the battle. Lan Wu emphasizes that in reality he is a weakling, although he looks impressive and a testament to the next participant. The second participant confesses his love at first sight to Qiu Qiu, asking her to marry him and promising that he will make her happy. Long Jie tells this guy to shut up and asks how dare he suggest such a thing to the lady. He is carried away for such behavior, but the participant still shouts after him that he incredibly loves and will always love Miss Lin. The third participant shows his skills in singing. He also kneels while shouting song lines that even if he dies, he will love. Dissatisfied, Long Jie asks him to stop, saying that this song doesn't even have any emotions. And why the hell is he singing? Because he didn't come here for Eurovision. With an angry voice they ask to call the next participant. Ms. Lin notes that each candidate has many talents, but they cannot be merciful to candidates. The next person is already a familiar face. His name is Ho Yen. He has worked as a bodyguard for 3 years. Although he cannot reveal much about himself, he can demonstrate his strength. The girl says that he looks decent enough. Apparently she liked him. The uncle with a serious face asks if he really wants to show his strength. If so, then Hai rises into the ring. Now our judge is fighting a mysterious guy with blue hair. Ho Yen gives him an advantage by allowing him to strike first and says that he will not cause much damage. Long Jae notices that he is quite impudent and has a bad character. Well, now he is preparing for the attack, not forgetting to warn that he will knock out all the front teeth. His evil gaze and smooth hand movements make him look very serious. However, Ho easily blocks the enemy's strong blow, preventing him from breaking through his defense. Then a sudden and strong grip on the judge's arm prevents him from getting out. A quick jerk to the side and it's impossible to do anything. Long Jae opens up completely and is defeated in one blow. The uncle is surprised by this turn, because his son, although young, was quite skilled. The young judge underestimated his opponent and lost, losing consciousness. With a sneer, Ho Yen looks at the man lying under his feet. The arrogant look speaks for itself. His opponent turned out to be too weak. Miss Do calls the infirmary and asks to send people, and at that moment uncle says that he was too cruel. Ho Yen asks what he should have done in this situation. In a real battle there is no room for pity. He answers his own question. He also wonders what the protagonist is here for when he sees him sleeping. Miss Lin makes the remark that after all, this was not a real fight and it should have been softer. Ho disagrees, pointing out that if he hadn't hit him, he would have lost his teeth, and asks if she thinks the same. Miss Lin wants to know her uncle's opinion on this matter, but his strength cannot be denied. But despite this, he beat Lan Wu, so we need to somehow make sure of the choice. Long Wu looks at the sleeping Li Qing and says that she will appreciate his skills and wants him to become the head of the bodyguards. After that, he points to him and says that it is necessary to determine who is stronger by competition. If Ho wins, he will become the head of the bodyguards after his uncle. With a sneer, Hao says that they want to promote him quickly, and he is happy to agree. The girl will be the poor sleeping guy who fell asleep right in the middle of the selection. Still drooling on the table, he mutters incomprehensible words under his breath. Miss tells him to wake up and finally have a job. That is, sparring with Ho to see how good he is to be around her. The guy asks the lady if she really wants him to win some kind of repairman. Li Qing agrees with this. They say he is right, but Miss Lin at this time looks at him with a dissatisfied look. Moving away a little, she tells him to help her find someone as good as him. After this, the girl will not ask to become a bodyguard. If so, then Li Qing decides to agree to such a proposal and says that he will do everything possible. Ho Yen thinks, perhaps despite the fact that he is just a worker, he has more than enough strength. The main character asks what he is waiting for and warns that he will not be lenient. Then at the very beginning he makes a sharp kick with his leg. It looks like he has the mood now. The opponent dodges such a sudden blow, but loses his balance. Red drops of blood slowly flow from the wound on his cheek. Hua is very angry that his beautiful face was scratched. He attacks the guy, threatening to beat him to death. Are these words true? He then strikes him back, leaving fresh wounds on his neck. The enemy grabs the shoulder, bleeding it with his hand. But the guy is not so simple, so he twists his finger on his hand with a bang. Hua Yen hits hard, but hits his hand. Even this blow Li Qing was able to block. Continuing a series of attacks, he tries to break through with his legs, but he fails. Already tired, Hua stops to catch his breath. Miss Lin remarks that it looks like Li Qing is losing, but the uncle denies, although it looks like Ho Yan's attack hit him, but all the blows were blocked. Maybe so, but the situation is heating up, and the battle is not going to end. But if Li Qing only defends himself, he will not win. Why not hit back? One thing is for sure, when you hit, you lose a lot of energy. Li Qing is waiting for the right moment. Although Ho Yen attacks unsuccessfully, he still has plenty of energy. And at some point the weakness will show itself. This will be the only chance Li Qing can take. Then he will be able to win with one strong and sweeping blow. Having relaxed his guard, Hua Yen does not notice the cyber movements of the protagonist and becomes confused. Li Qing tries to take advantage of this chance and moves his torso forward to strike. But he slipped past and missed, hitting the guy just a little. Confused about what is happening, Huyen silently prepares his hand to strike. And here comes a crushing blow to the head. Has the main character lost now? Yes, he was knocked out. How could you so stupidly miss your chance to win? Now the winner has a stone face. Apparently he is dissatisfied with this development of events. Uncle and Miss Lin also supported his silence, because there were many hopes. Li Qing is asked to get up, but he pretends that he has been knocked out and cannot do so. Well, he won and now the position of bodyguard rightfully belongs to him. Uncle first asks what Miss Lin thinks about this and what they should do. But the guy interrupts and asks if this company is really trustworthy, and our main character writes in blood in the background that he is a murderer. Miss Lin has no choice but to accept him for this position since there are no more suitable people. Now Li Qing makes himself known, complaining that he knocked him out. Is he really better than our guy? Everyone looks at him angrily and remains silent, very outraged by his behavior. Going out into the corridor, where there were a lot of expensive paintings, he followed further. Huyen caught up with him and asked him to wait a little. The main character was surprised. What did he need? He thanks for the opportunity to take the place of the head and promises not to be angry anymore because his face was scratched. Li Qing replies that he doesn't need gratitude and simply doesn't want to be a part of it. It is better for an ambitious person to take this position. As he leaves, he says goodbye and warns that Huyen should protect his mistress and not make her regret his choice. Now, left alone, the winner aims to make Li Qing the real loser, because it was just a show. He approaches the elevator and presses the down button to finally go home. Entering there, he meets manager Lu. They haven't seen her for a long time. She indignantly asks why he is still in the company, because she told him to leave there. The main character thanks for your concern, but at the moment he is not going to leave the robot. The girl is unhappy with the answer. The guy turns away and waits for his floor, and the girl, in turn, watches him closely. Approaching, he pokes his finger at the guy's back, telling him to turn around. He asks what is it, and she waits for the conversation to continue. Won't he say anything? He pretends that he doesn't understand manager Lu, to which he receives a compliment from her. Suddenly the elevator stops, and the heroes become confused. The lamp starts flashing and making scary sounds. What happened? Bam, and the girl looks up, not yet realizing what happened in the elevator. They show us why the elevator broke down. It turns out someone spilled water. It was an elderly man. Next time he is asked to be careful because this panel is responsible for the elevator. Since the elevator behind number 4 is broken, they ask someone to be sent there. Manager Lu sat down on the floor, scared. When the guy tried to say something, she didn't listen to him. In her thoughts, the girl tried to calm herself down and not think about the bad, assuring that everything would be fine. Heavy sighs, sweat on her face, fear. She couldn't pacify her fear. Li Qing tries to approach her and find out what it is, not understanding why she is silent. She passed out from shock. The main character was very worried about the girl. An employee releases them and the guy immediately asks to call a doctor as soon as possible. It turns out that she fainted and is not breathing. Something needs to be done quickly. The guy begins to give the girl an indirect cardiac massage, trying to bring her to her senses. Then he leans closer to her body and performs artificial respiration. The excited guy gets up and doesn't understand whether his actions helped or not. Thank God the girl regained consciousness and was able to clear her throat. Li Qing already thought that she was dead, but no, the only one who will die today is him. Now the girl doesn't like him. She says that this problem has been around since childhood, and despite the fact that he kissed her, the girl is grateful. And Qing, watching from around the corner, is upset that Li Qing kissed someone. As a manager, Lu dared to take advantage of her dear Li Qing. She hands over some kind of ticket as a token of gratitude for the rescue. It turns out that this is a pass to a lingerie show. Many begged her for such a chance. Now he is the lucky one. The guy is simply incredibly happy about this news and immediately thinks about what he can see there. The main character wants him and calls the girl a true friend. She reminds him to remember her kindness. And Qing knows that there will be a lot of beautiful girls at this show, and Li Qing will definitely be seduced by them. Li Qing's office. Here he works and rests until he is called to the next task. He also has 2 colleagues, and they all look at one point in surprise. Someone came to him. He probably wants something. the guy is also very interested in this. It was Ching who suggested going out to dinner together that evening. A meeting is arranged downstairs after work, to which the guy agrees. The guy with red hair is very surprised, so much so that he can't even say anything. The manager leaves, saying goodbye, and the guy says the same thing in response. They will meet soon. His robot friend asks what it was, but even the main character has no answer. They call this woman an evil demon, and such behavior seems very suspicious to them. Li Qin asks not to scare him, she is not that scary. So they came to the restaurant. It is quite cozy and is surrounded by green palm trees. Sitting at the table, opposite each other, the guy asks what the manager wanted to say. She asks if he can sense what's been happening to him lately. He replies that he hasn't been very lucky lately, because a lot of problems have happened in a short time. And Qing warns that his heart has a black aura, which means something bad is about to happen. Unexpected by such a turn, the main character now thinks that she is a fortune teller, but she denies and says that she is more powerful than them. The girl asks to give her his right hand to tell fortunes. Without hesitation, Li Qin holds it out. The prediction goes like this: lifelines appear and disappear, they are very full, and especially when he was younger, the lifeline intersects with the love line, and this carries great danger. If Qing is not mistaken, then next week he will go to the southeast to do something. The stunned guy is surprised at how she was able to predict this. The girl met a man with a similar situation, and out of kindness she advised him. But that man didn't believe in Qing, and guess what happened to him? The main character asks what happened and how events developed. The manager's answer turns out to be very scary. When the man approached the bus, it broke down and cut his legs in half. The guy emphasizes that this is very terrible and asks for advice on what he should do. And Qing replies that he shouldn't go to the southeast next week, go to work and home as usual, then nothing will happen. Li Qing thanks for the advice and promises there is nowhere to go in these dangerous days. Leaving the restaurant, they say goodbye and wave to each other, saying that they will meet tomorrow. Even despite the warning not to go, the main character is still going there. It's not like there's a lingerie show going on there, and he can't miss it. For the sake of such beauties, he is ready to take risks. A few days later, we are shown the events in Li Qing's office. Manager comes there and asks where the main character has gone. Those there respond that he took today off and said he was in town for a show. The girl is very unhappy that she was lied to and how he could go there despite her warning. Miss Lin's beautiful and huge room, which even has a large swimming pool. There we meet manager Lu and the lady herself, who asks if she was able to give the ticket to Li Qing, to which she receives a positive answer. This is great. The lady is sure that if he comes, nothing bad will happen. Uncle Longwu asks why she needs him. Besides losing to Ho Yen, he is also against being a bodyguard. If he is not faithful to his mistress, then why can't she refuse the guy? Li Qing is a talented person, and Miss Lin doesn't want to lose him. This show is important for the company to enter the international market, and everything must go smoothly. The girl asks to take care of her father because she is worried about the recent incident. Uncle is doing everything possible for this. The room where our main character and his sister used to work. A man offers a deal to Sister Hua, but she refuses and asks the man to leave. The main character appears and warns that he is going to the city by train, so there is no need to cook. The girl now has less trouble, and she simply agrees, after which she wishes him luck. Li Qing notices the client and asks if he needs help, but the girl denies. In her opinion, this is a small problem. With clear skies and warm weather, today should be a good day. The guy is very pleased with the opportunity to admire beautiful women. The hero with a smile is already about to go to his long-awaited beautiful models. Out of anticipation, he laughs throughout the entire building, causing even passers-by to turn around. On the spot, he meets manager Lu, who is glad that the guy actually came. She says that his task for today is to make sure that behind the scenes everything goes according to plan. Li Qing refuses. He is very busy and should enjoy the show to the fullest. The girl replies that he is too naive and does not seem to understand anything. Where does he think the girls will be before they go on stage? And if he follows her, then the protagonist's dreams of seeing beautiful girls will be replaced by reality. Li Qing calls her a true friend and rushes to go backstage. When he walks in, all he sees is a bunch of guys working hard. Deciding to ask again if this was exactly the backstage to which they promised to take him. The only beauties here are muscular men with stubble and beards. And only sweaty workers change clothes here because of the heat, and not for a fashion show. The main character begins to angrily shout at the manager, because instead of beauties they show this. The girl replies that he is in too much of a hurry and the repairs should be completed in a few days and then the show will take place. But the guy claims that it should be today, because that's what it says on the ticket. It turns out that this was invented specifically for him so that he would arrive a few days earlier. Now Li Qing hates the girl because she played with his feelings. Manager Lu says that he is being too dramatic and that she has to attend a party today where there will be models. Then she promises to take our guy there so that he won't be so sad. He also lures him by getting the number of someone he really likes. But there is one condition: Li Qing will have to guard her for these few days. The guy is too lured by such offers and quickly agrees to be a defender. Since it is already late, the girl takes him to the hotel where she is staying. Leaving the building where the show would later be held, they headed outside. There we meet a white car. It is quite roomy and is considered new. Miss Lin was borrowed by her manager Lu and she says it looks pretty cool. How could it be otherwise? Now they are almost reaching their destination. Manager Lu asks how he likes the room, since Miss Lin chose it specifically. Amazing, nothing more to say. The girl is about to go to bed, so she asks Li Qing to have fun alone and not disturb her. The main character was again forced to be a bodyguard. Why does this continue? It's deep night, and outside the window you can see the full moon and birds flying past. The guy is sleeping, but sweat appears on his face. He is dreaming about something. This is the girl who calls his name. What does she want? A maiden of incredible beauty dazzles. The main character wonders who she is. Turning around, she asks if he really doesn't remember her. Zhou, this is the girl who was featured on the limited edition album. She says he looks like he's made a lot of new friends. Although this is not surprising, he also has a heart of gold that attracts many people. But, she begins to squeeze the place where Li Qing's heart should be. Taking it out, she shows a completely broken heart crumbling into small pieces. Having dropped it with a crash, it completely loses its shape and only fragments remain. Then she apologizes for not holding back. What was the main character like at that moment? He tried to hold on until the last, frowning. From everything he saw, he did not like this dream. Pushing the blanket aside with a sharp movement, the guy sits down on his bed. The morning began quite early, at 5 o'clock in the morning. Most people were still sleeping at that time. Having gone for a run, he continues to think about her more and more and does not understand why he cannot forget. Li Qing tells himself to stop behaving like this, because he won't be able to cross paths with her again. The early morning is beautiful, only the sunrise is visible ahead, which the hero strives for. The protagonist's mood improved after jogging, although he was tired. From afar you can hear a man asking to give him some money. He has not eaten for several days. This is what the little boy begged from the seller of a small stall, but he drove him away. The woman standing next to him was unhappy. Who knows, maybe he will still stain her things. The child has not earned a penny. If he returns home, he will be beaten. The main character comes up and offers to buy him some kind of bun. He refuses, saying that he needs money more than food. Imbued with a feeling of pity, the guy puts a small amount on his plate. The seller warns that this little boy does not take food if it is offered to him. All he needs is money, therefore, there is no point in spending money on him. Until he gets what he wants, he will not be able to leave. Li Qing wonders why he is begging. It would be better to take him to the baby's home. To which the seller replies that he does not follow people and this is a useless idea. Even if someone insists, he will still return, especially since his life may become worse when he comes back. The main character does not understand how these actions can make things worse. The man in charge of the stall has nothing more to tell and it would be better for him to stop asking. With a serious face, Li Qing replies that he is not afraid and is ready to listen to the end. But the seller is afraid of being out of business, so the guy better stop causing him problems. The main character thinks why he looked very scared. It all looks suspicious. There is a fight nearby. An unknown guy raises his voice and says that the nonentity has become too bold. How dare a little girl run away from him, and even if she wants to, she won't be able to. If she wants to live. Hi, listen. The child is in great pain, so much so that tears come out. She calls him a bad guy. He threatens her that if she starts screaming again, the stranger will strangle her. Several more poor children are standing on the street begging for money. The rapist's accomplice appears and says that they have earned enough and 2 children together bring in a lot more money, and as a reward they can be given a little more food. Another unknown person says that there is no point in giving more, as they will bring in even more money. Well, the smoke break is over, it's time to go back. An abandoned place, surrounded by plants from prying eyes, is where bandits gather. 3 people standing near the children ask them to give back the money they collected today. The boy who was next to the stall comes up first. His uncle asks why he collected so little. With a trembling voice, the baby tries to answer something, but he doesn't have time. They push him away with their foot, shouting that he is useless and fooling everyone. The accomplice asks to be gentle with him. He is still small. The guy cries bitter tears, but he tried. To which he receives the answer that they must be merciless, otherwise, we ourselves will be the ones who suffer. The main character was chasing to find their hiding place. He heard the entire conversation. The last words were that they would return here in the evening. This is their base, where children are abused. What is their plan of action now? The children were brought by car and are now being told to leave there. This is their so-called home. One of the kids named Jia cannot get out of the car. One of the bandits is worried that something has happened to him, but they tell him to ignore it and leave it. He's probably faking it. Somewhere here in the alleys is their lair, but where could it be? Li Qin restrained himself from fighting and pursued for a long time, but there were so many turns that he lost them. The main character cannot tell the police, otherwise they will raise the alarm. It will be bad if they still have children. Not very far away, the guy notices an elderly grandmother and decides to approach her. He asks if she knows a family in this village who has many children. The woman unkindly and briefly replies that she doesn't know. Then he approaches another person in this city and asks him to wait to ask something. And once again he is convinced that people in this place are very cold towards others. Someone rudely throws terrible porridge onto the children's plate and tells them to eat it. An overweight woman complains that she hangs here all day long cooking, and doesn't even have time for a guy. Children are so hungry that they don't care what to eat, so they happily eat whatever they have. The brother gives the food to another boy named Guan, who thanks him. In contrast to the poor, manager Lu serves a steak cooked much tastier than before. She notices Li Qing is missing and wonders where he could have gone so early. One of the boys becomes very ill and, unable to bear it, vomits. The woman is angry. How dare he tear food at her and threaten to bury him alive. The children are hunched over, their stomachs hurt very much, most likely from spoiled and incorrect cooking. A plump woman goes to her older brother to break the news. One of the kids looks sick and should go have a look. The man says that he will visit the child and she can rest once she finishes cooking, but the most important thing is not to tell the mother about this. The plump woman speaks her thoughts out loud. She is not sure whether she should worry about the boy. He will not die just like that. The old lady, who is their mother, asks what she muttered. She emphasizes that the girl has a guilty look and she must tell about what happened. She brushes it off, saying that one child just has an upset stomach and nothing more serious. It's already noon and the main character still can't find the children. Are they really here? The woman decides that something is wrong here and goes to check the situation herself. Approaching the door, she asks the kids whether something bad happened to them or not. The girl replies that brother Jia is not well and some people think he is dying, begging for help. Over a table of delicious food, a conversation begins that the villain is not a doctor and there is no point in asking him. The old lady was told to stay at home and not think about business and asked to come back, because she had nothing to do with it. She disagrees with this, that if the child dies, it will be murder. They ask her not to worry, because no one will know about it, even if something like this happens. Jia's stomach is swollen and the children surrounded by him are very worried about their brother. The guy lies unconscious, covered in bruises and breathing heavily. He even began to have barely noticeable tears. The eldest makes the remark that it is impossible to continue like this and that an escape plan needs to be thought out. After some time, the plan was ready to be implemented. One of the villains is called for help. Apparently they are in trouble. The guy comes up and threatens that if they scream, they will beat them. But it turns out that Jia is not breathing. The guy is unhappy with such a nuisance, and he decides to come in and take a look. In the next frame we see a grandmother who asks to wait for the young man. Li Qing turns and asks what she wanted to tell him. The villain is hit with a rusty bucket and hits him square in the head. The kids gave him a good time, and they are now happy with their work. The adult began to bleed, he began to swear and say how much it hurt him. The children run ahead, and the youngest ones are asked to hold on tight. The villain shouts after them that they are already dead. Now they have already reached the exit. Did they really manage to escape? Frightened, they meet a man outside the door. Now the children are surrounded. Granny answers the main character that she knows where the child he saw is. Will Li Qing have time to take her to the children, or will they be caught? Yun is asked to quickly catch them. If they run away, the adults will be in trouble. The guy asks to return to the cage, and when the older brother returns, he will beat them to death. They lock the door and make sure that the children themselves cannot escape again. The oldest child comes forward and asks to beat him, and not to touch the other children. Well, since the guy wants it that way, the uncle agrees and takes the stick from the floor. The guy stands quietly and waits for his punishment. He will be taught a good lesson. Someone rushes in from their feet, almost knocking down the door. This is another villain. He complains that they make too much noise and can't just look after the children. Fingers grab the high fence. It looks like the main character is coming to the rescue. This is the place my grandmother told me about. Li Qing used a public phone to call the police. The yard looks huge and he can now hear screams coming from the house. The older child protects the little ones with his body, and they, in turn, beg to stop beating him. The bad uncle begs for the whip and continues to inflict wounds on him. Even his accomplice asks him to stop, because they could be in big trouble. Finally the police came to the rescue. Now everything should get better. But she can't drive through the small streets, so she hopes it's not a false call. He goes out and asks the elderly lady if she knows how to get to the 104th block. She points to the left and asks him to climb over the wall, then he will be there. The policeman thanks the aunt and follows the indicated path. Landing on the ground, he hears screams coming from him. It looks like something really happened, because someone is asking to come to the rescue as soon as possible. As much as they don't like these doors, the man also bursts in with his foot opening it. The policeman points his gun and orders you to raise your hands up, but upon entering, he sees only two bloody men and the main character. Drops of blood are gradually dripping from Li Qing's hands, and he is covered in it. One of the gang is barely conscious and asks for help. Now we know that it was his screams. The main character is angry as never before. He is ready to kill anyone who gets in the way of justice. A strange place. One of the accomplices managed to escape. Now they have huge problems. He came to the so-called Chow, most likely the boss, with a beautiful woman sitting next to him. The guy says that their base was discovered. Chow is silent, but he is unlikely to be happy with this. The boss asks what happened to them and how they could let something like this happen. The subordinate claims that this happened because of Li Qing, from where he does not know, but he is sure that other gangs could not do this. Deans and his two men were seriously wounded, and the main character also brought the police. Chow replies that he will deal with this himself. They cannot be allowed to be drawn into this story. Then this guy decides to call the person who works at the top of the bureau. This man was with Sister Hua and he picks up the phone. Chow's subordinate asks him to do him a favor by telling him everything that happened. Li Qing, but he understands the situation and agrees. The guy thanks and promises to forget the debt so that he doesn't worry about it. The beautiful building is the police department, where our main character was brought. The interrogation is underway. The law enforcement officer asks questions about why Li Qing beat those men. He replies that he actually wanted to beat them to death, but was restrained. The policeman is trying to help him get out of it and whispers how best to say it, that is, it should have been self-defense, self-defense. Another policeman comes in for questioning and reports that Chief Huang is looking for Chen. He has an important assignment, and it's worth asking him for more details. He will continue questioning. As he leaves, he asks Zhao to be gentler with the young man. He is a good guy. Sitting down at the table, he offers to continue. Why did he beat those men? Following Chen's advice, he replies that it was just self-defense. It looks like they remembered about the guy, and now events are developing in the hotel. Manager Lu tells Miss Lin that Li Qing has been arrested. The lady asks what happened. How could he be arrested? The police department again. Strange sounds are heard behind the iron door, so that even other people turn around. He entered private property without permission and beat up respectable citizens. The main character used violence intentionally and is found guilty. Li Qing now realizes that he is collaborating with people from the gang. Zhao asks what's wrong with his face rolling. Does he really want to attack the policeman? now he can consider this as an attempt to attack the policeman. Chief Huang asked Chen to go on various small matters, somehow he felt uneasy. The main character was dressed in prison clothes and thrown into prison, saying that now he will be here. They even handcuffed him. They seemed to think the guy was quite dangerous. He closes the door and asks someone to look after his new neighbor. With an evil smile, the guy replies that he is only glad of this opportunity. The precinct again, who will we now meet in it and what events will develop? This is Captain Tang meeting his old teacher. What did he forget here? Chen replies that the boss let him run errands so he could drop by and see her. There are a couple of minutes left until the end of the girl's shift, then she can treat her mentor to lunch. Some time passed, and they were able to go to a canteen located nearby. Chen remembers the police academy, and now the disgraced Tang is already a captain, but she makes a remark and she is not stupid. The girl asks why they sent a man here. If they sent him on a business trip, then something serious must have happened. Speaking about this, he is very angry because he had a very important matter, and in the end he is called and sent on petty matters. Turning to the new guy, they ask what crime he is sitting here for, to which they receive the answer that he did not commit any crimes, he was accused unfairly. If this is so, then why did he come here under severe punishment? What kind of severe punishment is this? The main character thinks. It seems that In Qing's predictions were true. His fellow prisoners think he was made a scapegoat. The conversation in the restaurant continues. In fact, it's surprising that some ordinary guy found the bandits' base on his own. To which the policeman who participated there agrees. The kid was incredible. When the man rushed there, he was stunned by his gaze. His name was Li Qing, and there was a mole under his left eye. A mole under the left eye. The girl remembers that she has a similar acquaintance. Are all Li Qing so strong? Apparently she doesn't yet understand that this is the same person. In prison, another guy asks him to stop gossiping with him. Shouldn't they beat him up? But they see him as a pathetic person, so they will make sure that his time here is the best of his life, and the other guy complains that when he came he was beaten, but this happened because of excessive self-confidence. It's lunchtime, it's time to go out faster and get up one by one to take food. Having taken the food, the main character looks for a place where he could settle down. Two neighbors call him over and invite him to sit next to them. From now on he is not alone and can stay with them or he will get into trouble. They tell the prison rule, saying that there are people here whom he should not provoke. First, Uncle Ban, 43 years old, special traits. Part of his left eyebrow is missing, and he also doesn't like ginger. Second, Prickly Chong, special traits. He keeps a black beetle as a pet, although in fact it is a lizard. He's good at fighting. This suggests that he is from the Shaolin Temple. If Li Qing accidentally provoked these two, he might still be able to survive, but by no means what was below. This is the Hell Ghost. They call him that because he looks like he came out of hell. Rumors say that he himself beat 30 people, and was even able to tear off the head of a living person. He believes that he is mentally ill. How else can one explain his actions? At this time a man comes up behind him. This was the same Hell Ghost. Having heard the conversation, he says that he is healthy and he should bite his tongue. It seems they were only talking about him. The coloring book is very frightened by the sudden appearance. He takes the curry from the plate and squeezes it. Apparently he didn't like today's curry. He wipes his hand on the guy, saying that he is worthless. The Hell Ghost continues to mock. Since his breath stinks, he can help get rid of the smell by cutting out his tongue. A drop of food lands on the main character's face, and apparently he is also dissatisfied. He apologizes, asking him to come closer, but most likely this will only lead to violence. Li Qing warns that it is better for him to stay away from him. The guy is surprised by such impudence. He is the strongest here and such a brat addresses him like that. He asks to speak louder, because nothing can be heard. He said to stay away. The demon from hell takes the spoon and breaks it in half with a crash. Does Li Qing know that he can cut his throat with just this thing? The main character is not afraid and shows his skills by taking a piece of iron and hitting it on the table. He shows his result and asks if this is what he wanted to do with it. The spoon pierced right through the table. Digging in, it will be difficult to pull this off. His neighbors are shocked and now they think the guy is cool, just like it was an iron surface. Even Hell Haunter is surprised, now considering him quite capable. He puts his hand in his pocket and says that he admires people like him. He leaves the guy in order not to ruin his reputation. Leaving the dining room, he promises more. to see him next time. With a confident gait and his head raised, he walks through the hall. But then, when he goes around the corner, he immediately hides. It looks like he was scared of Li Qin. Fortunately, he reacted immediately. He did not expect to meet someone so capable. Guys ask about the piece of iron. Is it magic? Because it's incredibly cool. The main character and his friends also leave the dining room, and along the way they ask to be taught this trick. Uncle Bean comes closer and notices a spoon sticking out. He thinks about it. This looks very interesting. Apparently something very interesting is planned. Here again the conversation continues between Tang Xian and the policeman. From the girl's stories, he guesses that they are talking about the same Li Qing. The girl didn't think about it and is now shocked. Exactly, how did she not guess right away? The male policeman heard about that robbery case and thought that she had become a better person, but she cannot continue like this and must act as a leader. The girl says that she solved this case only thanks to the main character and owes him a lot, therefore, he asks the teacher to help deal with this. Chain is ready to help, but he will not be lenient. This situation looks very strange. The gang member calls Chief Wan again, asking if he received the gift they sent him. He replies that he received it and now there is no need to worry and the problem has already been solved. He can promise that Li Qin will stay there for the rest of his life. The guy turns to Mouse, that is, his neighbor, asking if he can call from here. They answer him that it is possible, but only once a month and for this he needs to obtain permission. It all looks like the main character was deceived. He did not expect that these people had connections in the police. He has to find someone who can help, otherwise he will remain here forever. The next day the captain comes back with the completed work. He thanks Zhao for his help and asks where yesterday's boyfriend is now. The employee replies that he left after he wrote the statement. Manager Lu meets some guy at the door and asks who he is. There appears a guy with blue hair, already familiar to us. He is rude to the girl, saying that such a huge company is now recruiting children. She is very angry and looks like a witch in this guise. Huoyan apologizes for his joke and introduces himself as Miss Lin's new bodyguard chief. Even though it was a lie, now he is assigned to resolve issues regarding the safety of Manager Lu. He asks her to take care of him, but she apparently didn't like his greeting. Li Qin and the guys approach the security guard to inquire about the call. Old visitors are allowed to call home, but new visitors are not allowed to do so. In bewilderment, they ask why this is so, because it is not fair. It turns out that this is a special instruction from the authorities. Li Qing has committed a terrible crime and will be under surveillance for a while. Here is Mr. Chief Wan's office, where he builds his intrigues. He receives a denunciation that the solitary cell is empty. In the afternoon, he will send a person there to take Li Qing there and prevent him from meeting anyone. The boss praises the worker for his excellent work and says that he will consider making him the captain, since he is more capable than Chain. He is pleased and thanks the gentleman for his kindness and understanding. The prison guard walked up to the cell and asked which prisoner was Li Qing. He shouted at him to come out. The rest of the prisoners were surprised that the guard called the name Li Qing to him, because he was new. The guard said that Li would be transferred to another cell, namely, in solitary confinement. Qing became nervous. The prisoner assigned to monitor him asked why he was being transferred to solitary confinement so quickly. Why can't it be left here? He's an honest guy. The guard did not waste time chatting and told Li Qing to move, since he was not the one making the decision. He calmed Qing down, saying that in solitary confinement he could watch TV if he wanted, and it was quieter there than here. He handcuffed him. Li Qing's comrade began to defend him, trying to prevent him from being taken to another cell. He screamed that this guy didn't do anything. When the guard was already leading Li away, his colleague shouted that he was not to blame for anything. The policeman immediately turned around in surprise. He asked what he was doing here then. He added that if he is innocent, there should be someone who will appeal. He said the prisoner should not worry about him. Li Qing suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes filled with surprise. He was stunned. He recognized someone in the picture the prisoner was holding. He remembered Ho Yen. The guard continued to pull him forward. He urged him on, telling him to go faster. Qing shouted that he knew Ho Yen. Li Qing shouted at the top of his lungs that he knew Ho Yen, but no one listened to him. The guard continued to take him away. The prisoner wondered. He was surprised. Did Qing really know Ho Yen? He couldn't figure out if it was true. It turned out that Ho Yen was his younger brother. he wondered how Li Qing knew his younger brother. He gazed at the photograph of him and his brother having fun. It was done before he went to prison. Suddenly, Ho Yen came to the prison to meet his elder brother. His gaze was serious. The guards released the prisoner, saying that he had 15 minutes to see his brother. Ho Yen rejoiced when he saw his elder brother. He looked at him with joy in his eyes. The prisoner was no less happy. He said that they should leave talking for later. He asked if Yen knew Li Qing. Captain Chen asked Zhao if Qing had returned. He said that this was a huge deal and asked Zhao if he asked where Li went. He told him that Li insisted on leaving. He had no right to stop him, because he himself made this decision. He also added that from now on he has been assigned to investigate this matter, so the captain has nothing to worry about. Chen was angry. He put his hand on Zhao's shoulder. He seemed to be guessing about something. He was very thoughtful. The captain asked if he was really taking him for a fool. He still had his hand on his shoulder. Zhao asked not to touch him and just say what he wanted to say. He pushed the captain's hand away. He said that everyone knows that the captain can't wait to solve this case, but this is not very good for him. It will be more effective if everyone works as a team. Chen understood that Zhao was hiding something from him. He thought that Huang was definitely involved in this, and Li Qing might be in danger. The captain entered the archive and demanded to see the investigation report of Li Qing, which Zhao presented yesterday. The girl working in the archive kindly provided him with the investigation report. The captain took it in his hands. Chen reviewed the investigation report, and at one point, he simply became angry and began to leave. The girl did not understand what happened to him. He slammed the door behind him. The girl wondered why he was so angry. What's wrong with the protocol? She picked up the report and saw that instead of records of the investigation, there were simply blank papers. Ho Yen asked his elder brother why he thought Li Qing was innocent. He asked what if he was just lying to them. He said that they should not create problems for themselves and asked them not to worry about the problem. The prisoner said he thought Qing was telling the truth. He said Yen is now the only one who can help contact people outside the prison. Ho agreed to help his brother, and said that he would conduct a clear investigation and find out whether Li Qing was guilty. Captain Chen, at the same time, called his disciple, Captain Tang Xian. She picked up the phone and he greeted her. He said that he was in the archives and it seems that something happened to Li Qing. Captain Xian's face immediately became serious. Ho Yen thought that although it was troublesome to investigate, Li Qing had already helped him before. He decided he would return the favor. He stood and wondered where he could begin to investigate this strange situation. He went through his options. He stood at the register and asked the girl when she finished work. He invited her to go to a restaurant. Captain Chen was standing in the same room. He listened to the conversation behind his back with a serious face. How said he asked the police officer for her contact number. He said they could go to a restaurant when she was free. She said it was business hours. The captain walked up abruptly and approached the guy. He put his hand on his shoulder and addressed him. He asked the guy if he came to the police station to report a case or what. He said that otherwise, he should leave and not interfere with his work. The guy asked the policeman to calm down, saying that nothing terrible was happening here. He was just talking to the girl. The captain put his hand on his arm and said that if he wants to socialize, he should go to the park and talk to the old people, but this is not a place for socializing. The police girl sat silently and did her job. The guy did not resist and said that he would kindly leave this place. As he left, he motioned for the girl to call him in her free time. He smiled maliciously. She clearly made an impression on him. Time passed and the girl's working day had already come to an end. She finally decided to unwind and called him. They sat in a restaurant and she praised the establishment, saying that the dishes here were really delicious. Ho Yen said that he was glad that she liked it. He said he was always curious about how to run a business. He asked if anything interesting had happened at the police department lately. The girl thought. She continued to smile. She was having fun. She said yes. She began to talk about yesterday's story with their captain. Ho Yen had already said goodbye to the girl, saying that he would call her again when he had free time. She was drunk and went home. Yen thought about this evening. He realized that he couldn't find out anything special. All he knows is that Captain Chen is in charge of the case. Manager Lu enjoyed her lunch, but she was also wary. She didn't understand. Where was her new bodyguard? From the bushes, Ho Yen watched Captain Chen, who was talking with Captain Tang Xian. Tan told him that she had applied for leave to come here. She didn't tell anyone where she was going either. Captain Chen said that they are closely monitoring his whereabouts. He cannot act as he wants. If he wants to help Li Qing, he needs to rely on Tang. But at one point, the conversation of the police officers was interrupted. Captain Tang Xian realized that someone was watching them. A hand peeked out from behind the bushes, and Xian immediately began to suspect surveillance. She began to run towards the bushes. She attacked Ho Yen, who was watching them from the bushes. She pulled him out of there with particular anger. Yen was shocked because he did not expect that one day he would be lifted by a woman as easily as if he were a chicken. He was surrounded by 2 policemen. Tan became nervous and asked what happened to him and why wasn't he moving. Hu Yen understands that the situation is very unpleasant. Captain Chen asked if he was okay, but he is a very courageous and flexible person. Hu could not overcome such a small embarrassment. He still needs to live his life, but he brushes off the dust and pulls himself together. Yen stood up and said that he had just heard that they wanted to help Li Qing. He asked if they knew then that he was in prison. Captain Chen became angry. He said that these degenerates treated him like a fool. He decided that he needed to save Li Qing. He said that this problem has big consequences. They need to be very careful. If they solve the crime of Wan and his gang, it will be a sensation. Li Qing was imprisoned in the cell and wondered if the mouse had informed Hu Yen for help. He couldn't contact anyone at the moment. He continued to think and thought, it turns out he should escape from prison. He was alert and could not sleep. The prisoner quietly told him that he would not be able to escape from prison. Li Qing immediately looked at him. The prisoner said that he had to figure out a way to be locked next to Li Qing. He asked, since Li was locked here with nothing to do, if he wanted to learn something from him. Captain Chen said that now the most important witness is the bandit Dingxi, along with his gang. He said 2 of them are in intensive care. He said that they would happen to go to the hospital tonight and try to ask if they had a mastermind. They will be able to solve the problem only if they find a mastermind. They need to find out who is behind all this. There was a man in the ward. He was in intensive care. Unknown people entered his room, took off his mask and began to suffocate him with a pillow. He couldn't resist them. Tang Xian said that the mastermind must be in this hospital. Ho said he wasn't sure if they would be able to enter the hospital. The police should have sent people there. She replied that she would talk to them all about it. They carefully watched the hospital, wondering how they could enter there. But at one point, they heard some strange sounds coming from the hospital window. They immediately became wary. Screams could be heard from the ward. Xian and Huo were still alert and monitoring the situation. He shouted for her to go and check on Ding Shi, immediately. Meanwhile, he will chase after him. Hu Yen ran with all his might after the criminal. The leaves of the trees swayed with all his might. He knocked down everything in his path. He threw an object in his hands at the criminal, hoping that it would fall and that would stop him. The criminal ducked down and the object flew forward. He continued to run away. Hu Yen was annoyed by this. He became angry and suddenly kicked the criminal in the face. The blow was very sharp. The criminal was confused. But at one moment, he grabbed his leg in flight. He squeezed his hand tightly, as if he wanted to break it. But this did not stop Hu Yen. He tried to free his leg with all his might. He resisted as best he could. At one point, he managed to escape from the hands of the criminal. He kicked him in the face with all his might, but the criminal evaded. Hu Yen jumped to the ground after the blow. He was surprised by such agility of his opponent. The criminal ran away. Ho shouted at him to stop and voluntarily surrender to him, but the criminal did not listen to him and ran away. Yen was angry because he missed the chance to get closer to solving what was happening, because he could have extracted a lot of information. He entered the hospital building and began to follow the corridor. He looked around carefully. Ho wondered why there were no police officers outside. Tan watched the situation nervously. She nervously stated that Ding Shi and the others had passed away, except for those henchmen who weren't in the hospital. But there is one more person left who is involved in all this. He disappeared. They did not know where he was. Captain Chen began asking Zhao where he was hiding another accomplice of Ding Shi. He was silent. He said that the captain annoys him. He is busy and he does not have a minute of time to argue with him. He asked not to stand in his way unless there was something urgent. At one point, a sound was heard from the back pocket of the captain's pants. It was the sound of a mobile phone. someone called him. Chen picked up the phone and asked what happened. Zhao had his back turned and was nervous. He started to write something, but then Chen stopped him by putting his hand on the notebook. Apparently, something became known. He stated threateningly that Ding Shi was dead. Zhao became even more nervous, as if panic had seized him. The enraged captain began to question why no one was sent to the hospital to protect him. He asked if Zhao did this intentionally. He asked not to touch him. He asked, didn't all these people deserve to die? He acted innocent. The captain looked at him in surprise. As he left, he said that Zhao was not different from them at all. The criminal was freezing in his cell and thinking about how wrong he was. He told himself that he should have died. He could barely hold back his tears. He was very cold. He could not find a place for himself and did not understand how much longer he would have to hide, because 3 days had already passed. But suddenly, Zhao entered the room. He ordered the criminal to get out of bed. The criminal did not understand what happened. He told the criminal to leave and not come back. He added that he should not look for anyone and run as far as he could. The man panicked because he didn't understand how far he could run, because he didn't have any money or even an identity card. Thoughts literally corroded him from the inside. He understood that he would not return home, otherwise they would come for him. He lay thinking. At one point, suddenly someone started knocking on the door. The knocks were very loud. The man was seized with panic. He became very nervous. His eyes opened wide with fear. He didn't know what awaited him. Captain Chen asked Hui Yen if he was able to see the face of the last henchman. He replied that unfortunately he was unable to do this because it was too dark there. The captain said that both witnesses had been eliminated, and the remaining one must already be at the gunpoint of the killer. He said that they must find him before he is killed. The last henchman was shrouded in fear. He understood that this was the end for him. He was very tired. He wanted to disinfect his hands. He sprayed antiseptic, but it turned out that he had run out. This confused him. The news said that this morning Miss Liu reported to the police station that her tenant, Mr. Ding Shi, had died. He was guilty of child abduction. Captain Chen heard this news and was upset. He understood that now it would be much more difficult for them to understand this whole situation. Hui Yen said that it was his fault, because if he had caught that guy yesterday, everything would have been different. Captain Tang Xian shouted that now was not the time to discuss all this. She said they should try to find evidence elsewhere. Chen said there was another clue. This is Ding Shi's mother. He said she might know something, but he wasn't sure she would agree to help them. Tang Xian immediately asked, "Where does this woman live?" She exclaimed that they would immediately go and find her. Captain Chen said they couldn't go. His face was serious and thoughtful. He was thinking through a plan of action. Xian asked why they couldn't go. He replied that he would go alone, and the two of them will have to go to another place to get evidence. A TV news anchor contacted Wan. She asked him if this murder was connected with the case of abducted children. At the same time, lunch was served to the prisoners in the prison. A tray of food was brought into the cell where Li Qing was sitting. He was very hungry and greedily began to devour everything that was on the tray, but at one point, he bit the bread and felt something strange. He opened a piece of bread and saw something strange there, similar to a note. He took it out of the bread. Li opened the note and began to read. It was a note from Brother Mouse. He wrote that he told Hui Yen about what happened, and he, in turn, promised to help. He also wrote that if Li Qing is truly innocent, his brother will definitely find a way to help him. He added that Li should take care of himself. The prisoner who was sitting in the cell next to Li asked why he started smiling. "Is there really some good news?" Qing was stunned. He asked how did he know that he was smiling if he didn't make a single sound. The prisoner asked if he really thought he was not as good as others said. He said that he could even hear his breathing through the wall. Li Qing thought he was crazy. He thought it was great to have someone in the neighborhood to chat with. The prisoner asked him to create silence, saying that he could hear Li calling out his personality in his heart. He asked Qing to sit closer to the wall, saying that he could show what he was really capable of. Li Qing became nervous and asked Mr. Ban for forgiveness, saying that he was only attracted to women. Ben was angry. He started screaming and asked what kind of nonsense Li Qing was talking about. He told him to just lean against the wall. He did a favor and leaned against the wall anyway. He said that first he must warn that nothing will happen between them. Mr. Fong spat on his hands, rubbed them, and said that he was beginning to show what he was capable of. Li Qing smiled with indifference and said that he was ready to look at his abilities. He waited silently. The prisoner clenched his fists and hit the wall. Qing was standing behind with all his strength. He didn't expect all of this. Mr. Feng almost destroyed the fence between the cells. Qing was thrown into complete shock. He did not expect such a blow and fell to the floor. Mr. Huang smiled and said that he heard that someone new had arrived today. He was sitting in some institution. The man said that thanks to his patronage, their business is thriving. He said that they selected new people especially for him, as a thank you. He shouted to the girls to enter the room and meet their new owners. 2 huge girls entered the room. Their height was several times greater than Wan's. They looked at him angrily. Wan took off his glasses, thinking that this whole picture was imagining him. His shock was indescribable. The man said that they took into account Mr. Huang's preferences and found curvy girls. These girls are bodybuilders. One of them even participated in championships. The girls continued to look at Wan nervously and angrily. The man asked if the gentleman was satisfied with the girls provided. The gentleman could not find words and was completely shocked. There was fear in his eyes. But at one point, with a smile on his face, he said that he really liked these girls and would kindly spend time with them. The old mother of the murdered Ding Shi burst into tears. She mourned the death of her son. She couldn't stop her crying. Captain Chen entered the old woman's house to talk. She immediately began to drive him away, saying that she would not tell anything. She said the police were watching her son and they don't even know who dared to kill him. She screamed that they had harmed her son. She looked angrily at the captain and said that she cursed them all and they would die in terrible agony. Captain Chen did not argue with her. He said that she was right and it was all their fault. He asked her forgiveness, saying that because of his mistake, her son had suffered. He said that her son might have known the killer. He asked her to tell her a little about his life, because it could help find the culprit. One of the girls called Captain Chen and said that they had already gotten Wan drunk, but he still hadn't said anything. She asked how things were going with the captain. He replied that everything was not very good. The old woman did not know much information. He said that Ding Shi rarely discussed anything important with her, and little could be found out. Drunk Wan asked the girls what they liked, maybe cars or handbags. He said he could give them anything. One of the girls asked if he was really so rich that he could afford any gift. She was surprised. He smiled sarcastically. He realized that he interested the girls with his wealth. Although he was drunk, he was pleased with himself. Li Qing told Uncle Feng that he didn't quite understand what his abilities were. He asked how he did it. He asked to teach him. Uncle Feng kindly agreed to teach him his techniques, but he said he had to clear something up first. Feng said that there are many people in the world with special abilities. There will always be someone superior in strength. You should not consider yourself omnipotent. He said that once Li masters a skill, he should never use it for personal gain. He also stated that in his entire life he would have to take on at least one person as a disciple. The uncle added that the skill cannot be lost. He promised that if Li Qing was capable enough, he would teach everything he knew and could do. Drunk Wan could no longer control himself. He had too much alcohol. He asked the girl not to leave. Tan asked her partner, who was allegedly also a female bodybuilder, if he recorded all this on video. He replied that he wrote down everything that the drunken Wan said. He was holding the device on which the recording was saved. Huyen admitted that he did not think that Huang would give away everything so easily. He said he doesn't even know how he managed to work for so many years. Tang Xian said that all this is not that important. Since they got what they wanted, they can get out of here. The most important thing is to help Li Qing. Ho, Tan and Chen gathered in their apartment and listened to the recordings they were able to record. Wan said that as long as there is money, any issue can be solved. He said that if he had not removed Ding Shi and his people, he would definitely have been a fool. Otherwise, how can he be in charge here? He also said in the recording that another day he would simply receive more money. While she was with him, she would not need anything. Tang Xian exclaimed that this is definitely ironclad evidence. She said they should report it urgently. Chen said that of course there is evidence, but if they want to report him, they need to go beyond his authority. After all, Wan is the head of the Public Security Bureau. Huyen asked, so they should meet him directly? He said he seemed to know who could help. Madame Lin was sitting in the office. Suddenly, a call rang. She picked up the phone and was asked a question. why was Li Qing sent to a maximum security colony? She immediately went to Uncle Long Wu. He laughingly said that she was rarely seen here. He asked if she had really decided to marry his son. She smiled and asked not to embarrass her like that. She was very embarrassed, because that's not what she came there for. She said that she came today because she wanted Uncle to listen to something. She handed him the recorder. Long Wu was surprised. He asked her where she got this recorder from and what was written on it. She said he should just listen. He listened and immediately became angry. He slammed his palm loudly on the table, saying that all this was simply ridiculous. He asked Lin how she got this recording. Who is the so-called boss anyway? He said if all this was true, he wouldn't let him get away with it. Lin replied that it was a recording of the voice of one of Mr. Long Wu's branch manager, Huang Zhu. She assured him that it was all true. At the same time, Huang Zhu's office was in chaos. He was informed that the owner of the branch had arrived here. Zhao said that yes, the gentleman has arrived and he is at the main gate. Juan became very nervous. Zhao asked him why the head of the service needed to come here, and even without warning. Is it because of the things they do? The boss told him to shut up. He asked why he was panicking. Although Juan himself was in chaos in his head, he suggested that perhaps the boss had arrived for another reason. He said it will be seen how things go and they will react based on the situation. A general formation of employees took place on the occasion of the arrival of the owner of the branch. Everyone stood straight. Mr. Long Wu entered, accompanied by 2 guards. Zhu began to greet the gentleman kindly, asking for what reason did he personally come. After all, he didn't even warn him about his arrival. Juan was very uncomfortable. He was nervous and did not know how to carry on the conversation. He asked if there were any errands for him today. Long Wu asked him threateningly if he had arrested a young man named Li Qing and sent him to a maximum security colony. Huang Zhu began to pretend that he knew nothing. He said he had arrested so many criminals that he could not remember such a name. The branch manager was angry at this behavior. He knew that Zhu was faking it. He hit the table with his palm and said enough. He started shouting that someone had presented him with proof of Juan's scams. He asked if he was still planning to pretend. Juan began to assure the manager, Dean, that all this was slander. He shouted that he didn't do anything like that. He asked to call this man. He wanted to deal with him. The leader said that Zhu should stop raising his voice. Since he says that he is innocent, then there should be no reason for concern. He said that he had reported the situation to the disciplinary committee and that his home was already being searched. He said that Juan could stop pretending. He also added that the evidence he already has will be enough to immediately deprive the deceiver of his position. Li Qing was in the cell and his calm was interrupted by the guard inserting the key into the lock and turning it. Li wondered what they needed from him, since it was already deep night outside. He became slightly wary. The prisoner guard opened the door and said he could be free. He is not accused of anything else. Li was amazed. He was surprised and told himself that he didn't expect Hui Yen to be capable of this. He quickly managed to help. Madame Lin saw Li Qing and exclaimed happily that she was glad to see him. Her eyes filled with happiness. She said she came to pick him up. When he saw Miss Lin, he was deeply surprised. He didn't even think that he would get to see her again. He approached her and asked how she managed to find out that he was in a maximum security colony. She replied that he had better thank Hui Yen and his friends for this. They did a good job for him. She suggested that they discuss everything when they got away from here. Li Qing asked for some time. He wanted to say a few words to his master. Madame Lin was surprised. Li walked to the door of the cell where Uncle Feng was sitting. He thanked him for everything and said that he would come and see him later. Feng said he didn't know that Li would be able to figure things out in a few days. He told him to remember to practice the skill he taught him. He handed him the book, saying that everything else was in it. He told Li Qing to train alone when he came home. He was surprised by such a gift from the master. He asked if the master was sure that he wanted to give him such a valuable thing. Uncle Feng told him to take this book. He said that he already knew the contents by heart. He didn't need to keep it with him. The master added that there is one thing Li must remember, no matter what may happen. The main thing is that he must keep his promise. Li Qing said that the master need not worry. After all, he will remember everything that he promised him and will fulfill it in any case. The security guard opened the front door. The bright rays of the sun blinded Li Qing's eyes. He was finally free. Li walked out of the prison yard. He was glad to see the sun. which he had not seen for so long. The weather was beautiful outside. Captain Tang Xin rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. She was very happy to see him. Li was also very happy to see her. She said that she was incredibly glad that she finally managed to get him out of the maximum security colony. She hugged him tightly. Tan said they decided to celebrate his release. She told him to wash his face with a decoction of grapefruit leaves later to cleanse himself of troubles. Li Qing sincerely thanked everyone, saying that everything worked out for him only thanks to their help. Enthusiastic about his release, Tang Xin picked him up and said, "What's the point of saying this nonsense?" She shouted that he was their hero and she would take him to the hotel for a drink. Xin was still holding him in her arms. Everyone was surprised by this. They asked her to put it on the floor. Huiyan asked Chen if they should help Li, but he replied that now they must protect themselves. Miss Lin shouted for Captain Tang to stop, because Li Qing seemed to have already turned pale because of all this. The branch manager was still investigating. He asked Huang why he detained and imprisoned Li Qing. Who ordered him to do this? He replied that no one. He admitted that it was his own decision. He looked at the floor. The boss began to shout that this was nonsense, because he and Li Qing didn't even have any disagreements. How can he come to such a decision? He asked who the customer was. Zhu asked Chief Ding to stop this ridiculous interrogation. He said that he did not have any customer, and he did it of his own free will. But the customer of all this was sitting in his office. His servants told him that something had happened to Huang Zhu, because the disciplinary committee was conducting a search in his house. The customer was thoughtful. He said that after so many years Zhu received a leadership position, and could not hold on to it. He called him an idiot. The servant said that he was afraid that Huang Zhu might not be able to resist and betray them by revealing all the information. But the boss said that he didn't have to worry about it, because anyway, deep down, Huang understood. He understands that if he wants to live, he will not give out any information about them and their activities. Li Qing and Huiyan came to see Manager Lu. She asked if they even knew how long she had waited for them. She asked if she knew that a gentleman's word is law. She also asked if they had forgotten that they were supposed to protect her since they were her bodyguards. They were silent. She started shouting that this was not an exhibition, but some kind of mess. A bunch of idiots were eager to clean it out. Li Qing asked her in surprise, "What happened?" Beads of sweat were running down his face from his nerves. He was wary. Manager Lu replied that it was nothing, but due to renovations, the exhibition was postponed for several days. Huiyan breathed a sigh of relief and said that since the problem was in the decoration of the room, there was nothing they could do to help her. Li echoed his words. Lu added that in addition, the model party had already taken place yesterday. The bodyguards were very upset by this, because they were eager to get there. Miss Lin told Qin Chen that she was going home and asked her to take care of everything here. Chen suggested asking the driver to take her. Li Qing responded to help, saying that he could take her home, because he just wanted to leave. Lin happily agreed to his proposal, saying that if they left now, they would arrive home in the evening. Miss Lin fell fast asleep while they were driving home. Li Qing woke her up, saying that they had already arrived home. She reluctantly opened her eye. She really wanted to sleep. At first she did not understand what he wanted from her. She said Li drove so quickly and skillfully that she even managed to fall asleep while they were driving. She was delighted. He said he has a lot of experience. Lin got out of the car and told him to drive this car home and return it tomorrow. She praised him, saying that he had done a good job today. While getting out of the car, the heel of her shoe broke. She screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Li ran up to her and asked if she was okay. Li Qing helped her up and asked if she could stand on her feet. She replied that she couldn't because she was in too much pain. He immediately picked her up and began to carry her towards the house. Miss Lin was surprised but delighted by Li's responsiveness. Li Qing gently held her hips. Her feelings were mixed. She was still surprised by this action. He asked his permission to help her and carry her home. She was silent because she didn't know what to answer. Li told Lin that she didn't have to worry about him dropping her. He promised that he would hold her tightly. Her eyes were surprised, and at the same time, she was calm and embarrassed. She said that she trusted him. He asked if she had any medicinal oil at home to apply to the damaged area. Lin took off her tights to examine the bruise. She said, "I think there was a bottle on the shelf." Li Qing took the oil and poured some onto his hand. he said that we urgently need to rub in the oil, otherwise it will be even more painful when the leg swells. He began to rub the oil in his hands before applying it to Miss Lin's skin. He rubbed his hands thoroughly. He said that it seemed that there was no fracture and that this oil would be enough. He told her to just rub it in each time and it would go away. Li Qing said he began to rub in the oil. He asked to endure a little of the unpleasant pain that may occur. Miss Lin was a little scared and nervously straightened her wonderful hair. Her look was a little pitiful. He said that it would hurt a little and asked if she would be patient. His gaze was calm. He wanted to help her. Miss Lin panicked a little and prepared to endure the pain, saying that she would bear it. She said that she had an important meeting tomorrow and she couldn't miss it. She screamed in pain. It was very unpleasant for her. Li Qing said that's it. The process is over. He asked how she was feeling. Lin said the pain had already subsided a little. He got up from his knees and said that it was already very late and it was time for him to go home. He was surprised how time flew by so quickly. Miss Lin was a little wary. She said that by the time he got home, it would be dawn. She invited him to stay with her. She asked how he views this. She also said that he could sleep in the same bed with her. Li Qing was amazed by this proposal. He asked if he understood everything correctly and she invites him to sleep with her. She said yes, she has a guest room, he can sleep there. Li didn't know. He was amazed and didn't know what to answer. He still stayed with her and took a shower. He said that he really liked to take a shower. It was very pleasant for him. He thought that he was in such a hurry that he didn't even really thank Hui Yen and the others for getting him out of prison. Suddenly, he heard a woman's scream coming from another room. He suspected something was wrong. He wondered if maybe something had happened to Miss Lin. After all, it can't be that she was kidnapped again. He rushed to the rescue. He nervously ran into her room and shouted if she was all right. He was very frightened by this scream. Li Qing and Miss Lin locked eyes. She was lying naked. There was a slight pause. They didn't know what to say. Li screamed in discomfort. He didn't know how to react to what he saw. The situation was very strange. Miss Lin also screamed. She asked why Li was screaming louder than her. She felt very uncomfortable about the whole thing. Qing barely found the right words. He asked for forgiveness for invading Madam's personal space. He said he thought she was sick. But she didn't care about this situation. She asked with great surprise why he had so many scars on his body. She was very thoughtful and said the scars looked fresh. Li tried to calm her down. She continued that some of them looked like bullet holes. Li Qing began to divert the topic. He said that since she was okay, he would go ahead and take a shower. He walked and told himself that she turned out to be very attentive. He also told himself, he almost spilled the beans. But he smiled sarcastically, telling himself that despite all this, he had not wasted his time. He remembered Madame Lin's gorgeous breasts. Morning came and a wonderful breakfast lay on the table. The smell wafted throughout the house. It was eggs and sausage and a sandwich. Miss said that she didn't even think that Li Qing could cook so well. She asked if he added any seasoning. She found it very tasty. Li said he was glad that Miss Lin liked the breakfast. He said she had helped him so much and he didn't know how to thank her. She enjoyed breakfast and said that if he wanted to thank her, he should help guard the exhibition. She also asked him to protect Qin Chen. He exclaimed that this was a very simple task for him. He promised to do everything in his power. Miss said it was great. She said that in a few days, he and his assistant Qin Chen would fly there, and she would book them tickets. Some unknown and unpleasant people pestered a sweet girl. One of them said that she had better listen because he did not want to beat the woman. The girl confidently shouted that her house was hers and she would not sell it to them. She threatened to call the police if they didn't leave immediately. The boss of the bandits ordered his subordinate to throw away the phone of a cute girl. He kindly began to carry out the order. The bandit threw the phone to the ground with all his might. Fragments from the phone's sensor scattered. The phone was shattered. The girl was overcome with rage. She asked if he really wanted to die. She asked why they threw away her phone, and did they even know how much it cost. One of the bandits lowered his gaze to the girl. She was wary and looked into his eyes with anger. He told her that she had nice breasts. He really liked them. He hugged her and asked if she needed a partner. But at one moment, Li Qing suddenly burst into the room. He threw the unfortunate bandit aside, grabbing him by the face. The girl watched everything that was happening and was shocked. She did not understand where her savior came from. Li continued to beat the girl's offenders. he beat the bandit mercilessly, slamming one of them face first into the floor. He pressed the bandit's face to the floor with all his strength and began to press him tightly. The bandit's blood oozed and flowed all over the floor. The bandit was bleeding, and Li Qing was pleased with himself and that he had restored justice and protected the harmless girl. He asked the unfortunate and dishonored bandit how he dared to create chaos and establish his own order here. Is it really inexpensive? The bandit's subordinates were stunned by this act. They immediately ran up to the boss with screams and fear in their eyes to help him. He stood up from the floor and screamed, how dare he hit him in the face. Blood was flowing from his nose and he held it. He threatened that he had connections. Li looked at him menacingly and said that he did not care about his connections. If he dared to create problems for him, he would personally deal with him, and then he would definitely not leave alive. The bandit boss was still holding his nose. He asked if he really thought that this would scare them. He threatened that they would not stop. Li Qing said that he was giving them another chance if they still wanted to live. His gaze was menacing. He shouted for them to get out of here and never appear in his life again, and not dare to create problems for him. The bandit's nose kept bleeding. They ran away and finally shouted that they would come back. Li Qing walked up to the frightened Sister Hua and asked if she was okay. She was stunned. She was very scared. She looked at him and couldn't believe that it was the same Li. She told herself that this was the first time she had seen him like this. Li Qing began to smile and asked why she was silent. Was she really scared of these thugs? He offered to help her. Hua was upset and cried a little. She felt sorry for her broken phone. She was upset that she would have to buy a new one. Li exclaimed that he was done getting ready and they could go. He threw a huge backpack over his shoulders. He told his sister that she would have to stay with her aunt for a couple of days, in case they came back and tried to do something again. Hua told him that he could not worry and calmly go about his business, and she would stay and handle everything. Li Qing was pleased with his sister and said that he was calm for her. He stood with a smile on his face as he was very happy to see her. They came to the aunt's house. Li began to ring the bell, but the aunt did not come out. He didn't understand what had happened. Sister Hua said that auntie had hearing problems and suggested that shouting might help. Li Qing cleared his throat and gathered his courage. He began to shout loudly as much as he could. At one point, an old woman came out and asked who it was. She accidentally hit him with the door. It was very painful for Li, because it's not every day that you hit a door with your face. His face turned red and he could barely contain his anger. A bandit with a broken nose complained to his colleague that he had been beaten. He said that his brother must avenge him. His colleague asked in a calm tone what happened this time. He calmly wiped the dishes. The bandit, almost in tears, began to say that today he went to a showdown with residents in the old district of the city. As a result, a man beat him up. A colleague asked if he took people with him. How did it happen that he was beaten? He asked who this man even was. The bandit replied that he asked people in the area. Most told him that it was Li Qing. He turned around and looked at the bandit in surprise. He understood that Li Qing was not that simple. He is strong and smart. He said that these people will never understand what value is right under their feet. He ordered the bandit to get to his feet. He told the bandit in a calm tone that he had one errand for him. The bandit could hardly hold back his tears. The boss ordered him to find out information about Li Qing's past. He ordered to search very carefully and not rush to the first information that came to hand. Li was about to leave. He told Sister Hua that he had to go. He asked her to take care of herself and told her to go to the technical center while he was gone. Auntie said that she could not tolerate such behavior. She asked if she could stop acting like newlyweds. Sister Hua was confused by these words and asked what Mrs. Wang was saying. Wang replied that she told it like it is. Li Qing became embarrassed and asked Mrs. Wang to keep an eye on Sister Hua for his sake. He scratched the back of his head. Hua, at the last moment before leaving, shouted for him to pay attention to her. He turned around in surprise. He didn't understand what was happening. She immediately came up to him and kissed his neck. Li was very pleased. The sister gently pressed her breasts against him and hugged him. Li Qing felt indescribably pleased. He had never felt anything like this before. She looked at him sweetly and asked him to come back as soon as possible. She said she would miss him very much. Li, feeling indescribable pleasure, threw the backpack away. He exclaimed that he was staying and not going anywhere. The man waiting for Li Qing at the airport was nervous and wondering where he was. After all, you need to board a plane soon. The girl standing next to him told him not to worry so much. She said that as long as he was so worried, he couldn't even enjoy hot tofu. Almost at the last moment, Li Qing appeared. He greeted his partner and apologized for being late. He justified himself by saying that there were huge traffic jams on the way to the airport, and he had to run on foot. His partner asked in surprise whether he really ran here on foot and didn't get there by car. The dispatcher announced a request to prepare to board the aircraft. Everyone listened carefully. The gorgeous blonde said that it was time for them to board. She had a charming look and a sweet smile. The plane took off. Li Qing sat with his partner. He introduced himself and asked what his partner's name was. Meanwhile, he was looking at the laptop screen. The partner introduced himself. His name is Wang Zhen. He is from the financial department. He said that he would need to stop there on the way. He also introduced a charming blonde who was Lu's assistant manager. Her name was Peach. She said she was very pleased to meet you. Li was also very pleased to meet her, but most of all he was pleased to look at her magnificent breasts. The plane passenger was angry. He asked what was wrong with the service of this airline. Why was the coffee served cold? The flight attendant approached him and told him that he had just repeatedly asked for iced coffee. He said that he didn't care and asked to replace it with a hot one. When the flight attendant was about to take a glass of coffee, the passenger poured it on his shirt. Coffee ran all over my shirt. The man started yelling and asking what was wrong with her. He asked if she knew how expensive the shirt was. The flight attendant was confused and began to ask for forgiveness. She said that she would immediately bring the man a towel. The passenger was still yelling at her and asked if she really thought he was going to wipe it off with a towel. He said that the shirt was incredibly expensive, and nothing could remove the stain. He shouted that she should compensate him for the damage. The passenger forcibly pulled the innocent girl's hand so that she touched the stain on her shirt, but suddenly, Wang Zhen stood up for her and removed the passenger's hand. He started yelling at the passenger and said that he spilled coffee on himself. How can he blame someone else for this? The man behaved like an animal. He stood up brazenly and hit Wang Zhen and told him to disappear. Wang Zhen fell to the floor. The impudent one asked him why this four-eyed guy was bothering himself. He told him to mind his own business. The flight attendant asked the man not to start a fight. She asked how much the shirt cost and promised to reimburse everything. He replied that this shirt was from the new collection. He stated that she owed him $20,000. The flight attendant asked in surprise, "Is it true that $20,000? Her eyes opened wide in surprise. Wang Zhen stood up from the floor and began shouting that this was extortion. He asked how could this poor shirt be worth so much money. The boor took Van by the collar and called him a scoundrel. He threatened him to mind his own business if his life was dear to him. But Zhen was brave. He said that he would not run away in fear just because he seemed like a strong person. The impudent man lifted him into the air and told him to stop talking nonsense. Wang Zhen did not touch his socks to the floor. The man told him to remind him of the order in society when he beat his face with his fists. But at one point, his attention was distracted by the charming Madame Peach. She approached him and he turned his gaze to her. She said that she is an ambassador for this brand, and can confidently say that his shirt was purchased in the mass market. He told her to shut up and not talk nonsense unless she knew whether it was true or not. He looked into her eyes angrily. The rest of the passengers began to shout that this boor had gone crazy. Everyone immediately realized that his shirt was a cheap fake. People shouted that if he needed money, let him earn it. Everyone around shouted that he was a scoundrel and his place was in hell. A man approached the man. He introduced himself as an air police officer. He began to ask what happened here. People shouted that this man should be detained immediately because he was cheating and had even beaten the man. The passenger argued that this was not so. The flight attendant shouted for Wang Zhen to wait a minute. She was dragging a suitcase with her things. She approached him and thanked him for his help. She said he was very brave. She smiled sweetly at him and was truly grateful. She asked if he could leave her his phone number. She said that she would like to treat him to dinner as a thank you when he was free. He gave him his number. Li Qing said that he was jealous of him. He wondered why none of the girls asked for his phone number. Wang Zhen continued to communicate with the flight attendant. Peach peered into Li Qing's eyes. She invited him to come with her. He asked where. Peach didn't just invite him with her. She clearly had something in mind. Li was a little wary. He asked if he was wrong, and they came to the mall. She replied that yes, but she wanted to buy something not for herself, but for him. She peered at him intently. She said that Manager Lu asked her to update Li Qing's sloppy clothes. He was at a loss. The t-shirt seemed quite good to him. Peach said that this was a good store and invited him to go and see what was there. The store consultant greeted the customers. Li began to refuse to buy clothes here, since this store only sells formal suits. He can't stand it. Peach replied that Manager Lu would tell Miss Lin about his irresponsibility if he refused to wear it. Li Qing desperately agreed to wear whatever she said. He asked her to pick something for him. She brought him a jacket and a pair of shoes, telling him to try them on. Li took the clothes and went to the fitting room. A few minutes later, he finished changing his clothes and shouted that he was ready. He came out of the fitting room and asked the girl what he looked like. Peach looked at him intently and looked him up and down. She thought what else could be changed about him. She said that the suit was good and suited him. She offered to buy it. Also, she said that they would then give him a haircut and everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Manager Lu was in the dressing room sorting out clothes in which she could be photographed. She chose lingerie that could highlight her maturity. She decided that she would wear a push-up bra. Suddenly, someone rang the bell. Lu became nervous, because now she was not expecting guests at all. She began to hide things. She opened the door. It was Peach and Li Qing. She asked if they were done finding clothes. Peach said that Li has a wonderful figure, so choosing clothes for him was not difficult. The tie was too tight. Li Qing asked, "Is it possible to wear a suit without a tie?" He adjusted his tie over and over again. Manager Lu looked at the guy in the suit and didn't recognize who he was at all. She asked him who he was. He replied that he was Li Qing. Peach asked the manager if she had already prepared a dress for the evening. She replied that not yet, because things came up, so it had to be postponed. Li Qing asked, "Is this really why they decided to dress him up in a suit?" He threw his tie on the sofa. He asked if the banquet would take place in the evening. In that case, he should take off this suit for now. He began to unbutton his jacket. Manager Lu looked at his perfect figure, sweat dripping down her face. She seemed to be fantasizing about something. At one point, she suddenly grabbed Li Qing's hand as he was undressing. She told him to change clothes in the room. She added that he was a man and asked him to show himself a little more respect. Li Qing didn't understand what she was talking about and asked, "What does respect have to do with it?" Peach asked if the manager was blushing. Evening came and the trio went to the banquet. They stood in wonderful costumes and waited for the show to start. Manager Lu said that celebrities from all over the world have been invited here to publicize the lingerie show that will be held a little later. She said there was another reason, and she even invited Lisa, who promised to appear at the show. Suddenly, a young and well-groomed guy loudly shouted the manager's name. He said that he had wanted to meet her for a long time. The manager rejoiced, saying that it was worth it for her to seek a meeting with Mr. Lin. She said she heard that his company was already ready to enter the overseas market. The cute blonde who was standing with Lin asked him if the short one standing in front of them was his competition. Manager Lu looked at the girl angrily and asked who did this fat pig call Shorty. She asked if she really wanted her tongue to be torn out. The sweet girl immediately became angry because of these words. Mr. Lin began to reassure the girls. He said that Manager Lu actually has an excellent reputation. Li Qing was amazed and stood silently. He looked at everything that was happening and thought that in fact, Manager Lu didn't care about his reputation. At one point, he turned his gaze to the girl with blue hair. She had her back turned to him. She seemed very familiar to him. Li realized it was Lisa. He said she's cute no matter what she's wearing. Her charm outshines any designer clothes. Lisa suddenly turned her gaze to the crowd and found Li Qing there. She immediately exclaimed. Li immediately became nervous and realized that she had noticed him. Sweat began to flow from his face. He didn't know how to behave. Lisa approached him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time and she did not think that he would come to today's banquet. Li Qing said that they really haven't seen each other for a long time. He smiled broadly at her and didn't know how to start a conversation. She said that she had flown from afar to find something easily. She said Li knew she was looking for him. He was still nervous and said that he had something urgent to do and suggested we talk a little later. He began to walk quickly away from the crowd, but Lisa shouted after him to stop. Li realized that he urgently needed to escape. Manager Lu asked her if she really knew her bodyguard. Lisa looked angrily as Li Qing ran away. She asked the manager if it was true that he worked as a bodyguard for her company. She immediately added that she now agrees to participate in Lu's show. The manager was very surprised, because her previous requests had been refused, but now she agreed. Lisa said that she would not let Li Qing escape so easily. She smiled slyly, as if she was planning something. The manager stood behind and was perplexed. The manager asked Li what kind of relationship he had with Lisa. He replied that it was nothing, he just helped her one day. Huyen asked him to do him a favor and ask her for a couple of autographs. His brother really likes her. Manager Lu felt important because she thought he was reaching out to her. She said that if he asked her nicely, she would do it. Peach suggested discussing everything tomorrow. Since it was already late and time to sleep, everyone went to rest. It was late at night, the moon brightly illuminated the streets. A charming girl climbed onto the roof of a tall building. She was wearing a latex suit that hugged her lovely breasts. Her gaze was serious, as if she was preparing to break into someone's apartment. A fat guy with a pigtail told his sister to be careful because her victim had a bodyguard. She replied that she knew. She said that no matter how long it took her, she would carry out the orders given to her. Manager Lu was fast asleep in her room. She was snoring lightly. She did not even suspect that an assassination attempt was being prepared on her. The girl agent who came to kill Lu descended from one roof to another and landed. Li Qing heard a rustling sound outside the window. It was the sound of her landing. Li was wary and decided to check what happened. The girl realized that it was so easy to get inside, because the doors and windows were open. She called Lu too reckless. She began to take out a sharp and well-sharpened knife from the sheath. She realized that the manager was sleeping and she could easily sneak into her. The girl told herself that she had a premonition that she would soon figure out the task assigned to her. At one point, the agent heard some rustling. He immediately became wary and wondered if there was someone else here. She immediately began to run away, since she risked failing her task, and this would directly affect her reputation. But suddenly, someone grabbed the fleeing girl tightly by the shoulder and stopped her. She immediately stopped and did not resist. She stood silently and thought that this man was fast, since he managed to get closer to her, and also strong, because she could not escape. Li Qing continued to hold her shoulder tightly and began to ask what she forgot here. The girl began to struggle. She resisted with all her strength, and with a sharp movement she launched a spinning kick at Li Qing. A serious fight began between two well-trained fighters. Qing delivered targeted kicks to the enemy. Memories came flooding back to Lisa. In them, she told Li Qing to leave. He would not help her in any way. This task was impossible. He told her to stop talking nonsense and get off her knees. He was determined and serious. He knew that they could do anything. He took her hand and ordered her to get up. He resolutely stated that he would not let her die and would not leave her alone. Lisa's heart was drowned in sadness because of these memories. It was very painful for her to remember this. The man entered the room in which she was sitting and said that it was time for her to go to rehearsal. Lisa stood up confidently and told herself that Li Qing was more important to her than anyone else. She was determined. She smiled slyly, as if in her head she had already won. She said that Li belongs only to her. At this moment, Li Qing felt something was wrong. He choked on the hot coffee and spat it out. Huyen stood behind him and was at a loss. Li wondered why a sharp chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, a frightened Miss Lin ran into the room and began asking him where Manager Lu was now. Li asked if something had happened. Madame replied that Lisa suddenly refused to participate in the lingerie show. She was very anxious. Manager Lu immediately entered the room. She was also dumbfounded and did not know what influenced Lisa's refusal. She asked to give her her contract, and in return she would talk to her and try to work things out. Li Qing began to think and realized that Lu usually behaves like crazy, but at the right time you can always rely on her. Suddenly, a cute girl appeared behind him. It was An Qing. She called him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He turned around and was stunned by her appearance. Drops of sweat were still flowing. He didn't know how to find the right words. Manager Lu tried to get Lisa to do a favor and perform at the show. Because the contract was signed, she refused, promising to pay the penalty. When Lisa saw Li Qing, she immediately exclaimed and began to call him over. He and An Qing turned to look at her, not understanding what she wanted. She approached Lu's manager, saying that if she gave Li Qing to her, she would not terminate the contract. The manager and Lee were stunned. And Qing said menacingly and confidently that Li Qing would not go to Lisa. She adjusted her glasses and was ready for anything. Lisa was in a stupor and did not understand what she was talking about. On said her company clearly does not engage in human trafficking. The blue-haired girl immediately approached her and asked who she even was. She replied that she was a secretary. Lisa asked, "What is a secretary supposed to do here?" She said she would check with Manager Lu, and Qing replied that she need not worry, and she could assure that Manager Lu would definitely listen to her. Lisa angrily asked what she meant by this. Does she really like Li Qing too? An said that she was only protecting the personal space of the company employees' people. Lisa claimed that he would be completely safe with her, but this was not the case she had in mind. Li Qing became angry. He abruptly intervened in the conversation, telling Lisa that she must keep her promise. He added that he didn't think she was that stubborn. She said offendedly that only he is stubborn here, and no one else. She looked angrily at the floor. Li Qing added that Manager Lu has no right to control him, and he will decide his own fate. Lisa said that she knew all this. She was just making a joke to scare Manager Lu. She said she would take part in the show. The lingerie show has begun. Manager Lu asked An Qing what she was doing here. She replied that she had come to meet a friend, so she was sitting with her. The girl said that everything was fine and everyone had done a good job, and now the participants could have a snack and relax. Lisa said she was very tired. Li Qing praised her, saying that she had done a very good job today. She fell down and began to hold on to Li Qing. He was surprised and asked if she was okay. Lisa said that her legs hurt terribly and asked the guy to stretch them. Li looked at her in surprise. An Qing watched everything that was happening. She was suddenly overcome with anger, because she still had feelings for Li. She got angry and immediately jumped up. She ran towards Lisa and Qing. Manager Lu did not understand what was wrong with her. Lisa invited Li Qing to eat together. He asked not to pull him towards you so much, and Qing looked at all this. At one point she shouted for them to stop. She looked at them angrily. Lisa also looked at her angrily. And Qing asked for some time, saying that she needed to discuss several work issues with Li Qing. Lisa angrily said that it was break time and they were going to have a snack. She said they could talk about work later, and told her that she could eat first if she was so hungry. She added that she doesn't hold it. A verbal altercation began between the girls. Li Qing stood as if between two worlds. He was like a rope being pulled. Suddenly, Huiyan walked up to them and asked Li if he wanted to have lunch together while it was still break time. Li and Ho shared a friendly hug and headed out for a snack. Qing said that he was just in time. The girls looked after them in shock. Lisa said that it was An Qing's fault because she scared Li Qing away, but she said that it was Lisa's fault because she was the one who asked him to massage and eat with her. The quarrel continued. They spent a long time sorting out the relationship and could not find the culprit. Break time was running out. Huiyan and Li Qing were in the dining room. Yan asked how long he had known Lisa. He replied that not very much. Li Qing said in frustration that she was very unrestrained and impudent. Sometimes he can't stand this kind of behavior. The agents looked at Li Qing's photo. One of them said that his photograph had already been sent to headquarters. She said that the agent's next task was to collect information about him. She said that in the future everything would be much simpler than it was before. The agent agreed with her. An overweight girl asked her sister why she always wears a mask. She asked if she felt stuffy. My sister asked a counter question. Why does she always wear glasses? Doesn't this cause her vision to be lost faster? Suddenly a notification came on my laptop. The girl said that this was a message from headquarters. She immediately became wary. The agent asked what happened. The girl was nervous. Sweat was dripping from her face. Something bad happened. She said that an order came from headquarters indicating that they must retreat. She immediately flew up and began to collect her things. She packed a bag of things and asked why her sister was standing. She said they were given a rest, but she refused to go. She stated that she would not, under any circumstances, give up halfway. The girl said that she was crazy, because even their superiors did not want to get involved with Li Qing, since he was very dangerous. The agent said that he was no longer their target. They had to take care of that girl. We need to use the right moment when Li is away. The girl said that her sister could continue to insist, but they were ordered to retreat, otherwise they would be the ones who would suffer if something happened. She insisted that they obey orders and retreat, but the agent looked wearily at the floor, not knowing what to do. She nevertheless decided to obey the order and retreat. The girls set up camp and slept in a tent. It was deep night outside. Something woke the agent up, something suddenly alerted her. She seemed to hear some rustling nearby. She began to watch through binoculars and realized that her enemy had finally descended, and now she had the opportunity to deal with Manager Lu. She realized that as long as Li Qing was not around, finishing the job she started could be done very easily. She continued to watch through binoculars. She noticed that he took a wallet out of his pocket. He was clearly going to buy something. She stopped watching. The agent realized that the stores were not that close, which meant she had little time to complete the task. She decided that this time would be enough for her. She decided not to waste a minute and start acting. Li Qing walked down the street and didn't wonder where the nearest store was. Manager Lu, unaware of anything, was enjoying her shower. She calmly soaped her body and hummed songs. The agent has already approached her victim. She took her katana out of its casing and prepared to strike. Manager Lu dropped the soap from her hands. This alarmed her. She bent down for the soap, not suspecting anything. At that moment, from behind the curtain, the agent struck with a katana, thinking that she would immediately cut the manager with one blow. But she missed as Lu bent down to pick up the soap. The killer's eyes opened wide. The manager didn't understand what was happening. She heard a strange sound. She thought it was just a draft. The killer hid behind the curtain. Lu was wary because she clearly remembered closing the curtain. It all seemed very strange to her. She ran a full bubble bath, wrapping a towel around her head. She lay down and decided to enjoy the warmth of the bath. The agent said in her mind that Lu was just lucky. She began to approach the bathroom in order to deliver the decisive blow. She said that this time she might not even hope for luck. She was determined to kill. Suddenly, the phone rang. The killer was already ready to strike the manager. Manager Lu picked up the phone and asked who was calling her. The killer again had to stop and not kill her. Lu called Madame Peach over. She asked if she was here. The agent was still hiding behind the curtain. Hui Yan stood outside the door and said that Peach was not here. Killer looked at the door and realized that there was someone else here. She became wary and nervous because she thought the manager had one bodyguard. Hui Yan asked if the manager needed help. He, like her, did not suspect that the killer was in the house. Lu shouted at him to bring her a towel because she had forgotten it. The agent was waiting for the right moment. The manager shouted that the towel was on the bed in her room. Hui Yan said that he understood and would bring it now. The killer thought to herself that there wasn't even a place to hide. Lu was taking a bath and humming a song. She decided that she needed to go to another room and hide until the bodyguard returned. Hui Yan shouted that he had brought a towel. The killer began to run into another room until she was noticed. Manager Lu shouted for him to come in and hand her a towel, saying that the door was unlocked. Hui Yan warned that he was entering. He came in and said he put the towel on the dresser. The killer had previously climbed onto the ceiling and prayed that he would not notice her. She could barely stay on the ceiling. It was hellishly difficult to stay on it. She wanted Hui Yan to leave the room as soon as possible. At one point, she slipped. The killer slipped a little and with a sharp movement tore off her hair. Yan didn't understand what was happening and was a little shocked. The killer's hair fell on his nose. He took it and began to think, how could a hair fall from the ceiling? He was surprised by this. Hui Yan became a little angry and began to think about how this could happen. The killer was on the ceiling, hoping that she would not be noticed. He began to angrily look around and look around. The killer was seized with panic. She was afraid that she would be discovered. Suddenly, Li Qing returned. He shouted to Hui Yan that he had bought some food. He was holding 2 bags of food in his hands. Hungry Yan was glad to see his friend, because now they could finally sit down and have a bite to eat. He went into another room. The killer began to slowly crawl from the ceiling. She told herself that she was close to discovery. She thought it was good that she was wearing gloves with suction cups. Taking a breath, she went down to the floor. The killer was confident in herself. She jumped to the floor and was ready to deliver the decisive blow to the girl. But suddenly it turned out that Manager Lu had finished taking a bath and was standing behind her. The manager could not understand what was happening and why an unknown person was in her bathroom. The killer did not yet know that the target was behind her. She was calm and still confident that she had not been noticed. Lu immediately screamed throughout the house that she needed help. the bodyguards were having dinner in the kitchen and immediately rushed towards her. The manager continued to scream with all her might. She shouted that the killer was in the same room with her. The bodyguards came running to help. Lu ordered them to tie the girl up so that she wouldn't run away and they could find out who she was. The killer was tied up by bodyguards. She behaved calmly and did not show that she was scared. Hui Yan began to ask who she was, who sent her and why. Li Qing asked the agent if her goal was to kill Lu Qingchen. The tied-up girl continued to behave in cold blood. She did not answer the interrogators' questions. They asked her not to pretend that she was deaf. Li Qing told Yan to take off her mask so they could find out who she was. This made the girl angry. She began to threaten that if they dared to remove her mask, she would deal with them and their families. Li asked if she thought her threats would scare them. They mocked her. Qing told Hui Yan to take off his mask. The girl was angry at this behavior of the bodyguards. Their actions and ridicule of her irritated her. She longed to kill them. Hui Yan laughed at her, his hand reaching out to her in order to pull off her mask and recognize her identity. But at one moment, someone disturbed their peace. Someone rang the intercom several times. Li Qing and Hui Yan were surprised and wondered who it could be. They were not at all expecting guests at such a time. A man in a police uniform stood behind the door. He greeted them and said that he was a policeman, presenting his identification. He said that a passerby told him that he saw a suspicious person who entered through the window. He also suggested that it could be a robber. Li Qing told the policeman that he was just in time because they had caught the criminal. He smiled widely. The policeman made the arrest and said that they had nothing to worry about anymore, and he would take the girl to the station. Li Qing thanked him for his help. The policeman and the girl left, slamming the door behind them. Li locked the door and exhaled calmly. The policeman turned out to be the same bandit as the girl. He told her that she needed to leave as quickly as possible. The killer's girlfriend took off her wig. She said she was lucky she came on time. She asked if the agent knew what would have happened if she had not made it. She also added that it was like a robbery, nothing like a serious crime, but if she was caught, all their past affairs could come to light. The girl also said that it would be good if she gets off with life imprisonment. The killer said upsetly that she hadn't thought about it. They began to move away from the building, saying that Lin was clearly in trouble. Li Qing was watching them from the window at this moment. He overheard the girls' conversation. They said that Lin should look for other people for this business, because their fee was not worth such a risk. Li Qing told the overheard conversation to his comrade Hui Yan. He asked if the boss's last name was Lin. Lin turned to manager Lu. He asked if she remembered someone surnamed Lin who might have a grudge against her. The manager replied that she only knew one such person. His name was Lin Hai. She said it was Mr. Lin whom they met at the banquet. Their companies compete. Li Qing said that it was just a competition, but he took it so seriously. He said that since the plan didn't work this time, he would make more attempts to stand in her way. He also added that manager Lu should be careful and better not be alone, as there will be more attempts to kill her. The lingerie show has begun. There were a lot of people around. They were having fun and dancing. It was very noisy. Li Qing watched all this and was surprised by the number of people who came to the lingerie show. He asked, "Hasn't the show started yet?" Manager Lu said it was the largest lingerie show in this country's history. Celebrities, businessmen and journalists from all over the world will arrive here. And Qing turned to Qingchen, saying that so many people could also attract trouble. She asked if Qin had taken care of safety. The manager replied that, of course, she took care of safety. She said that Hui Yan had brought a large group of guards and everything would be fine. Ho, meanwhile, calmed people in the crowd, asking them to stop jostling as the show had not yet started. A man from the crowd shouted that he loved Lisa. Li Qing watched all this and was surprised. He said to himself that he didn't think Lisa had so many fans. Manager Lu told Lisa that she had come to check on her. She reminded her that she was participating in the show today and asked if everything was going according to plan. Lisa was in a good mood, and with a smile on her face she replied that she had no problems, everything was fine. Lu Qingchen said it was wonderful. She said she would go check on the rest of the show. Lisa asked Li Qing to stop. She said she needed to talk to him face to face. Li replied that this was a very bad time to talk. He needed to follow manager Lu to make sure she was safe. Lisa was upset that he was avoiding her. She asked if he really didn't like her that much. Li Qing didn't know how to answer her without offending her. He said that wasn't what he wanted to tell her at all. Manager Lu interrupted him and said that they could talk while she waited outside for them. She slammed the door behind her. Lisa was sad. She asked why Li Qing was avoiding her. She asked if he was hiding from her. After all, she had been looking for him for a long time. Li calmly told her that he wasn't just avoiding her, he was avoiding the life he was used to. He was cool. She asked in fear why he was doing this, because everything was fine with him then? She said that he should know that from that moment Li Qing interrupted her. He asked, does she think she likes him? He said that she just needs a person who will always protect her. He added that he only protected her because it was his mission. He said that he, whom she likes so much, exists only in her reflection. The long-awaited lingerie show took place. Fireworks were exploding all around. It was very colorful. The people were having fun. Huo Yan admired and said that he thought everything was going well. Li Qing asked him to be silent and feel it with all his heart. It was announced that the fashion show had come to an end. Everyone was thanked for their presence. The people began to disperse little by little. Lisa stood aside and did not communicate with anyone. She was very sad and did not want to have fun at all. And Qing said that the show went well. Manager Lu agreed with her. She said that now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lu told Lisa that the company was inviting her to a celebration dinner, and also, she plans to give her an award for her participation in this show. Lisa replied that the manager flatters her, because all this is the success of teamwork, not her alone. The manager looked at the happy crowd of people and said that she was getting more and more fans. She replied that it was not bad. Their attention was diverted by a man who was running as fast as he could towards Lisa. He had a bouquet of roses in his hand. He shouted that he loved her. A short and plump boy approached her. He handed her a bouquet of flowers and told her that he was her biggest fan. He reiterated that he loved her with all his heart and asked if he could take a photo with her. Li Qing, watching this picture, noticed something strange about this young man. His eyes were surprised. He asked the guy to stop. With a serious face, he asked what was in his pocket. There was noise all around. Li asked the boy to empty his pockets and show the contents to make sure that he did not pose a danger. At the same time, a masked man approached him. Li Qing kept telling the guy to take everything out of his pockets. The guy had a knife. Did he immediately start asking why he needed it? While all attention was diverted to the guy with the knife, an unknown masked man approached Li Qing from behind. His gaze was treacherous. And Qing turned to look at the stranger. She immediately wondered who it was. She had never seen this man before. The suspicious man had a knife in his hand, and immediately panicked. She didn't know what to do. He continued to worry, sweat dripping from her face. She wondered if it was the man who would stab her. And so it happened. The man stabbed him with a knife. Li Qing didn't understand what was happening. He felt as if someone had hugged him from behind. He was dumbfounded. It turned out that it was Qing who hugged his waist. He was stunned and scared by such an unexpected action. He asked what happened and why and hugged him. She was silent and continued to hold on to his body. At one point, she began to rapidly fall to the floor. Her back was completely bloodied. Li Qing was thrown into deep shock. He didn't understand what was happening. He immediately started shouting her name. It turned out that the masked stranger wanted to stab Li, but Qing covered him with her body. Her last words were that he was in danger. Qing fell to the ground and stopped showing signs of life. Blood flowed from her back. As before, Li Qing started shouting and asking if anyone had a phone. He asked to call an ambulance as soon as possible. The ambulance arrived and took Qing away. Lisa and Li sat in the hospital, waiting for news from the doctors. Lisa suddenly said that Li said that he was avoiding his normal life. She seemed to want to clarify something with him. She added that there were rumors that he was the killer's target, not Qing. Li, at this moment, did not show any emotion and was silent. Lisa said that in the end, Qing decided to protect him and take the blow herself. Li was still silent. She continued to say that the anger that arose from him affected the people around him. Lisa also added that no matter how well he hides, punishment will still inevitably overtake him. Suddenly, a doctor in a green coat came out of the operating room. He said the operation was completed. Li Qing immediately jumped up. He began to ask the doctor how Qing was feeling. The doctor replied that the danger had passed. He said they put 16 stitches on her wound and if it gets better it will be back to normal in a few months. Lisa thought silently. she told herself that with such a character, Lee would never have a normal life. She felt a little sorry for him. And Ching was in the hospital room. She slept with her hair down. There was no one next to her. At one point, she opened her eyes and tried to understand where she was. She had a headache after all this. It turned out that Lisa was also in the room. She asked if she was really awake. Lisa was sitting on a chair next to Anne's bed. She asked her if she wanted something to drink. And Ching was a little scared because she didn't understand where she was. She sat down and began to look around in order to understand everything. She felt a little uneasy. Lisa handed her a glass of water. She said that Li Qing was not here. The anesthesia wore off. He went downstairs to get food and drinks. And Qing was reassured by her words and took the glass of water from her hand. She thanked Lisa for taking care of her, and was sad because she didn't want things to turn out like this. Lisa began to say that if she were in her place, she would have done the same. She also said that she didn't mean anything by it, but just wanted to say that he deserved it. She said that if she is not mistaken, Li once helped Qing. She continued to say what she thought, and should have realized that Li wouldn't have helped if he knew they would have to help him in return. And Qing replied that she knew all this, she just didn't want him to get hurt. She was still in love with him. Manager Lu asked if Anne really wanted to leave the hospital. The operation took place just a couple of days ago. She said she should rest some more, and Qing replied that the hospital was too boring, she would rather rest at home. Besides, she hasn't gone on vacation for a long time. Lisa continued to think about this situation. She was still surprised by Anne Qing's action. She wondered when she started showing such feelings towards Li Qing. Li asked Lisa if Anne had left. She replied that yes, she had left. Lisa began to tell him that Anne Qing said that she wanted to go home and rest because the hospital was too boring. She said that she would also be returning tomorrow. Li Qing was upset. She said that if she had the chance, she would find him again. She told herself that she didn't want to blame him for this. Anne Qing was sitting in a chair. She thought and told herself that she didn't want to ask Li Qing to love her just because she was injured. When she recovers, she will meet him again. It was terribly cold outside. People passing by complained that the weather was terrible. They asked themselves, why did it get so cold? Li Qing came to the right house. He began to ring the bell. He called several times and waited for someone to come out to him. But Aunt Wang didn't hear the bell as usual. Li began to shout with all his might so that she would hear and open the door for him. She heard the door creak. It turned out that the door was not locked, and he could not waste time shouting. He cautiously entered the house and began to shout, "Why is Aunt Wang with the door open?" He started calling Sister Hua. No one responded to his cries. He was still wary and began to walk further along the corridor of the house. He entered the hall and realized that there was no one in the house. He wondered what could have happened during his absence. He found an unknown substance on the floor. He touched it and smelled it. It turned out to be dried porridge. He walked over to the pan on the stove, and when he opened it, he smelled the broth. He's clearly already deteriorated. Li realized that they had probably not been here for several days. But at one point, he cautiously looked back and found a note on the door that was attached with a knife. The note said that if he dared to report to the police, Auntie Wang and Sister Hua would be killed. After reading this, Li Qing became furious. Rage and anger clouded his consciousness. He decided that he would destroy everyone who offended them. One of the bandits suggested to his comrade in arms to return, because they had been sitting here for a long time, but had not picked up a single buyer. A colleague suggested that he stay until 3 o'clock in the morning. The bandit complained about the cold. The cold felt like it was burning my skin. One of the bandits said that they need to be patient, because if they return, the boss will finish them off on the spot. Suddenly, a man completely covered in clothes approached the bandits. Before his eyes were, his face was impossible to recognize. The bandits were surprised by the arrival of this man. He asked them to find out for him where the boss of the gang in colorful shirts was now. One of the guys cheekily asked why he would tell this information to some passing stranger. An unknown person gave him 100 monetary units. He was sure that this would be enough to buy information. But the guy said that this was not enough for such information. He demanded another $500 on top. The stranger agreed and handed over the money. The boss of the bandits was sitting in the club. He was having a nice time with the girl. She told him he was amazing for drinking so many cocktails. The boss stood up and said that he was going to the restroom, and when he returned, he would fight again. The girl asked him to come back quickly. The bandit, having reached the toilet, said to himself that he almost died until he made it to the toilet. He began to relieve himself. The bandit, without worrying about anything, relieved himself and hummed a song. He was drunk and having a lot of fun. But at one point, unexpectedly, an unknown person grabbed his throat from behind with a knife. The bandit immediately became wary. This stranger turned out to be Li Qing. He asked the scoundrel if he had kidnapped Sister Hua and Auntie Wang. The bandit answered him in fear that he had taken the wrong one. Li Qing did not hear what he said and asked again what the bandit said. He made a small cut on the bandit's throat, saying that this was his last chance to confess who kidnapped them. The bandit almost began to cry from fear. He said he would tell everything. He begged for mercy and not to kill him. Li Qing immediately took the frightened bandit by the shoulder and jumped through the window with him. He decided that he would make him show him the way. It was deep night. They got into the car and Li, holding a knife to the bandit's throat, ordered him to take him to his aunt and sister. The bandit did not resist and agreed to this. They arrived at the right place. The bandit assured his older brother not to worry. He said he just wanted to scare them. He had no choice. He continued to make excuses and said that his boss said that he had to buy the house, so he did so. They continued into the room where Auntie Wang and Sister Hua were kept. The bandit opened the door leading into the room. He still made excuses, saying that if Li Qing didn't come today, he would still send them back tomorrow, because he is not that cruel. They continued walking. The bandit said that a few more meters and they would get to the right place. But suddenly, the bandit realized that this was his only chance to escape from Li Qing. His gaze was malicious. At the same moment, lightning struck. The thunder was very loud. Li Qing's attention was drawn to the sounds of thunder. The bandit was cunning. He took advantage of this moment and abruptly slipped into the gap near which he was located. Li Qing did not have time to react. The bandit slipped away and locked himself in. Li tried to lure her out. He knocked and shouted for him to come out. The bandit taunted Li and said he was an idiot. The door was made of stone. He would not have been able to open it. Li said the bandit would stay there until he starved to death, but he just continued to mock him. The boss of the bandits was in his office and calmly stuffed tobacco into his pipe. He didn't worry about anything. Suddenly, his subordinate knocked on the door. He entered. The boss asked how things are with Li Qing. The subordinate said that the people from his entourage are under their control. Now all that remains is to wait until he himself comes here. The boss coolly said that Li was acting this way because of his insignificant strength. He said that Li Qing should be eliminated because he was prying into things that weren't his own business. Li, at the same time, was outside in the rain and tried to torture the bandit. He asked, "Sister Hua and Auntie Wang are not here, right?" The bandit replied that of course they were not here. He said that he expected Li to follow him from the very beginning. He planned to lure him here. He said that they were actually kidnapped just to catch Li Qing. He added that he contacted the wrong people. The bandit mocked Li Qing. He said that now he would have to die. Li was angered by his ridicule. He smiled maliciously and said that he would take care of his sister, because he had been restraining himself for a long time. Fury and anger filled Li Qing's mind. Out of anger, he immediately tore his jacket and threw it away. The insignificant bandit continued to say that Sister Hua had a great figure, and he wanted to try her even when he grabbed her, but she kicked back. Li Qing's eyes filled with rage. He was preparing to destroy the bandit and all his assistants for Sister Hua. The bandit's mouth did not close. He said that since he was stuck here for now, he couldn't do it all now, so he would show her what he could do when he returned. Li Qing gathered all his strength into his fist. He remembered everything that Uncle Feng taught him in prison. He was preparing to strike a crushing blow. The ignoramus standing behind him sensed something was wrong. He became slightly wary and wondered why Li Qing was silent. A crushing blow was struck. The stone door was destroyed, its fragments scattered in all directions. The bandit was carried away by the shock wave. He did not at all expect such a turn of events. Li was angry and furious. The eyes of the ignoramus were filled with fear. He understood that he would be punished for everything he dared to say. Li Qing calmly approached the bandit's body. He peered at him intently, as if corroding him with his gaze. The bandit was lying on the floor. He was completely bewildered. He asked how this was even possible and how did he destroy the wall. Sister Hua, meanwhile, was in the bandit's den. Breakfast was served to her, but she did not even want to touch it. One of the bandits asked why she didn't eat. Does she really want to die of hunger? He looked at her in surprise. He told her to eat what was served to her. Hua was silent and looked angrily at the floor. She wanted to destroy them all. The bandit said that if she did not obey him, he would kill the old lady in the next room. Aunt Wang, as it turned out, was also there. Nervous, Hua told them to let Auntie go. She agreed to eat. She looked at the bandit with anger. She said that since they wanted her house, she was willing to sell it, but Auntie Wang had nothing to do with it. The bandit was cold-blooded. He brought a plate of scrambled eggs and told Hua to eat her breakfast in silence. He threatened that if she refused to eat breakfast, he would cut off the old woman's hands and force her to eat hers. One of the bandits approached the boss and said that someone was calling him. He took the phone from his subordinate's hands. He picked up the phone and asked who was calling him. His expression was calm as before, but no one answered him. He asked that his time not be taken away and that they talk about the matter as soon as possible. Li Qing called him. He asked if this was Vanda. Also, is he holding Sister Hua and Auntie Wang hostage? Qing said that he was ready to exchange them for his subordinate. The bandit was slightly wary of this statement. Li Qing said that if he doesn't believe, he can hand the phone to a subordinate. Li also told Wang to name the time and place so that they could exchange people. Wang cleared his throat. He said that if he wanted to save them, he had to find it himself and save them. The subordinate approached and nervously asked the senior what happened and what they told him on the phone. Van hung up. He said that all this was very interesting and smiled slyly. It was as if he was preparing for something. Li Qing realized that since the bandit hung up the phone, the negotiations were over. They were unsuccessful. Li began to think. He hoped that Sister Hua and Auntie Wang were safe and sound. He was worried about them. He got angry and realized that they better be okay, otherwise all these bandits will pay for everything with their blood. The bandit, who had said a lot of bad things about Li, was lying on the floor. He couldn't say a word. Li Qing kicked the prone opponent, asking him the question, where are his loved ones being held? The bandit spat blood and said that under no circumstances would he tell him about this. He asked if he really thought he could achieve anything by holding him hostage. He told Li to just wait until his woman died. Li Qing threateningly told the bandit that his senior didn't care about him, and no one was in a hurry to save him. Why then was he protecting him? The bandit asked what nonsense Li Qing was talking about. He said he was confident that his elder would never leave him. He continued by saying that they chose this path and understand the consequences. He said that a hero lover like Li should know this. The bandit felt very bad after the beatings. He spat on the floor. He almost lost consciousness every minute. The guy said that he was looking for a disgusting person like Li Qing. He said to just wait for these two to die. They went to the bandit's house. Li searched everywhere. He searched all the closets. The bandit said that he had nothing that could interest him. Li Qing didn't listen to him. He continued to search for information. He came across some notes and began to read them. The bandit asked if he really wanted to find any clues. He said if Li didn't hurry up, Hua and Wang would die. Li Qing became angry because of the words he heard. With his own strength, he threw a stack of papers onto the table. There was a loud bang. He immediately attacked the bandit, and grabbing him by the collar, began to inquire where his loved ones were being kept. He threatened that if he didn't tell, he would beat him to death. The bandit, without fear, said that he would not be able to tell anything if he died, and he added that if the elder knows about death, these ladies will not survive either. Li Qing looked at him angrily. He knew that he was right. He couldn't beat him because he lacked information. It was deep night. Li decided to turn to his old friend, Captain Tang Xian, for help. At that time she was sitting in the police station and preparing noodles. Suddenly, the phone rang. The captain was eating noodles, but she had to pick up the phone. She asked who was calling her. She recognized Li Qing's voice. She was surprised that he called, and at such a late time. She asked if he really had a new number. Captain Tang Xian stirred delicious noodles while talking to Li. She asked why he was calling her. She was wary of the question that was asked of her. Li asked if she knew where Wang De was. Tan asked how he knew where he was. She became wary and nervously asked if he really had problems. Li asked not to worry. He decided to lie to her that his neighbor's son had fallen into bad company and was now working for Wang, and she asked for help getting her son back. He said that he didn't know where Wang De was, but just wanted to find him and bring him home. Tan listened to him carefully. She said that in that case, she would immediately send the address to Wang De. She asked to wait a little. Captain Tang Xian sent the address to Li Qing. She felt uneasy in her soul. It seemed to her that he was lying to her. She told herself she hoped Li didn't get into trouble. The feeling of anxiety did not leave her. In the middle of the night, someone rang the doorbell of the house where Li Qing was. This person turned out to be his friend, Hui Yan. Li walked up to the door and opened it, telling Yan to come in. His face was tired and angry. Hui Yan asked why he asked him to come at such a late time. He asked if he had finally bought himself a new phone. Li Qing was silent and looked at the bandit coolly. The bandit was tied up and sitting on a chair. His mouth was sealed with tape. Hui Yan asked who he was. Li Qing said that he called him because he wanted him to do something for him. He asked to look after this man and not let him escape. Hui Yan nervously asked, "What's going on?" He asked if this was considered a kidnapping. He was excited. It was deep night outside. Li Qing was telling Yan the story of how it all came to be this way. He finally finished his story. He told Ho that all he needed to do now was simply control the bandit, and he will go in search of loved ones. Yan understood his task and kindly agreed to help his friend. He taunted the bandit by asking if he wanted him to force him to tell him the address. Li Qing said that there was no point in trying to find out his address, since earlier he had deliberately led him into a trap, and there is a chance that he will deceive again. Hui Yan asked, "Does that mean Li wants to go in search of his loved ones himself?" He suggested to him that maybe he should come with him. Li Qing put on his jacket and said that he could figure this out on his own because he didn't want to drag more people into this. Li began to interrogate another bandit. He believed that he definitely had information. Since he was sitting on the street, the bandit swore that he knew nothing. Qing asked, "Is it really possible that even in his position, he still doesn't want to tell him anything?" He laughed at him, calling him stubborn. He dumped the bloody things out of his pocket. He told the bandit to look at them, knowing that he knew about them. The bandit was stunned. He said that this was the ID card and Big Brother's amulet. He said that the amulet was always with him. Li Qing continued to put pressure on the bandit's psyche, saying that since he recognized the amulet, he would recognize this too. He threw the bloody round object onto the ground. The bandit was shocked. He screamed in fear and could not contain his emotions. Li asked if he really managed to recognize his comrade's amulet, but could not recognize the eyeball. The bandit's emotions were over the edge. He was on his knees, beaten and exhausted. He said he told everything he knew. His comrade's eyeball lay on the ground. The bandit begged Li Qing to let him go. He was terribly scared. Suddenly, Li decided to finally play on his psyche, and with a sharp movement he stepped on the eyeball. The bandit was still on his knees and thanked Li Qing for sparing him and leaving him alive. But at one point, he said that this smell was painfully familiar to him. He shouted that it was a pig's eye. Li Qing said ominously that if he did not tell him the location of his loved ones, then a human eye might be there. One of Wang De's associates asked if he was sure that they should not worry about his younger brother. He said that Li Qing could do anything to him. Wang confidently said that he could not do this. If Li Qing wants to save these two people, then he will not do anything to his younger brother. He asked his colleague if he had calmed down the two women. His gaze was cold-blooded and stern. The subordinate shouted that of course, he calmed them down, as he was ordered. Wang De praised him. He looked out the window and said that he thought that Li Qing would find them very soon. He will come for his death. It was a hot day. Two unknown people cordoned off the house where the younger Wang was being held. They tried to do everything silently. One of them said that some sounds were heard in the house. It seems that they were not mistaken and had arrived at the right place. The second guy asked how many people he thought were there and would they need reinforcements. The man said that he wouldn't need it. This was a great chance. He said that they no longer need to call anyone to share the profits with them. Hui Yan, not suspecting anything, continued to monitor the hostage. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Yan became wary. He wondered who could be calling at such a time. He began to walk towards the door. He thought, perhaps it was Li Qing who returned from searching for his loved ones. He went to the door to look through the peephole. Through the peephole, he saw a young guy who introduced himself as a food delivery man. He was friendly enough. Hui Yan became nervous because he had not ordered food delivery. He thought that the delivery man simply had the wrong address. He turned and began to walk back to the hostage, but suddenly, an unknown person put the barrel of a gun to the back of his head. he orders him not to move. The bandit said that if he dared to move even a little, his head would be shot right away. Ho was in a stupor. The bandit said threateningly that if the food delivery man also heard something, he too would be killed. Yen was nervous. The bandit shouted to his accomplice Chang to untie brother Hua as soon as possible while he held Yen at gunpoint. The rope from Hua's body finally fell off. He stood up from his chair, feeling a little uncomfortable at first. He praised the bandits, saying that they were cool because they found him quickly. He promised them a good reward for their work. The bandits were still holding Hua Yen at gunpoint. They were embarrassed by Hua's praise and compliments. Bandit Chang handed the phone to Hua, saying that he needed to call. He calmly handed over the phone. Brother Hua asked who he needed to call and why. He looked at the bandit surprisingly. Chang said that Wang De said that there was no point in leaving those two women alive when Hua was safe. He said that Wang's problem had been solved, so he needed to make a phone call and notify his elder brother, and the women would be buried alive. Hua smiled slyly and was surprised by this. He was happy with this outcome of events. Since he is now free, he has outplayed Li Qing. He made a phone call and notified his brother that he was okay. There was a thunderstorm outside. The bandits packed the women into a bag and began to carry them somewhere. One of the women kicked and tried to escape from the bag. The bandit was screaming at her. He threatened to hit her if she didn't stop doing this. Sister Hua, who was in the bag, tried with all her might to break out of it. The girl was crying. Her mouth was taped shut. The bandits threw the bags into the trunk of a truck. It was terribly cold and scary in the trunk. They left the bags and began to leave from there. The women tried to escape from the bag with all their might. The bandits got into the truck. One of them asked if they could even do this. He said he was scared because it was murder. The truck driver asked why he was scared. He said the job is a chance for them to make a name for themselves. They cannot refuse such assignments. There was still a thunderstorm outside. The truck was stopped by police. They asked for a driver's license and driver ID card. The bandit began to shout that he had not been drinking. The officer said he didn't accuse him of being drunk. He asked for documents again. The policeman told Captain Tan that she did not have to come with them because it was just petty theft. The captain ordered him to just do his job and ignore her presence. She said that she had little to do, so she decided to take a little break. Tang Xian pondered. She told herself that after Li Qing's call, she felt uneasy. She hoped nothing happened to him. The bandits decided to take advantage of the moment, and while the police were talking, the driver got into the car and began to drive away. The second bandit began to scream in anger. He shouted that there was a police post ahead. They couldn't leave so easily. He shouted at his accomplice, who was the driver. What was he waiting for? He shouted at him to turn around. The driver pressed the gas pedal all the way. Captain Tang Xian stopped thinking as she heard a strange sound. She turned around and immediately became alarmed. She started screaming that there was something wrong with that truck. She ordered him to be stopped immediately. The truck driver did not stop. He was still driving at full speed. The truck made a loud noise. One of the bandits shouted that they were being chased, so they needed to leave here as quickly as possible. The police car was chasing the truck at full speed. The truck driver tried to remain calm. The red-haired bandit shouted for the driver to go faster as the police were almost upon them. The driver angrily shouted at him that he knew everything without him. He asked him not to shout at him and to shut his mouth. He pressed the gas pedal as hard as he could. The truck was racing as hard as it could. The driver could barely hold the steering wheel because the speed was crazy. The police car did not lag behind the bandits for a minute. They chased the truck at the same pace. At one point, a truck passed a traffic light. The light was red and according to the rules you had to stop. The driver ignored traffic rules and ran a red light, almost causing an accident. He honked his horn as loud as he could so that other road users would give way to him. The driver's accomplice was dumbfounded. Suddenly, there was a collision. One of the drivers did not have time to react to the moving truck. There was still a terrible thunderstorm outside. It perfectly highlighted the terrible encounter that had taken place. Various particles of the car scattered in all directions after the collision. Human blood flowed along the asphalt. Someone's phone remained unharmed. Suddenly, someone started calling him. A loud bell rang. It turned out that the bandit Hua called him. He wanted to find out how his subordinates were doing. Nobody answered his call. He began to get nervous and wondered why no one was picking up the phone. This alarmed him. He approached the two bandits and asked if they dared to play a prank on him. They looked at him in fear. He asked how is this possible. Chang, stuttering out of fear, replied that perhaps there was not a very good connection in the mountains, which is why no one answered the phone. Hui Yan looked at his opponents angrily. He decided to take advantage of the moment and abruptly snatched the pistol from the bandit's hands. The bandit did not have time to understand anything. Ho sharply pulled his hand and the gun ended up in his hands. He did not think, and without doubting anything, shot the scoundrel Hua in the leg. The bullet went through my leg. Hua immediately began screaming at the top of his lungs in pain. The pain was unbearable. It was as if the bullet had burned through his entire leg. Ho hit his opponent with a precise elbow strike, who tried to stop him and snatched the pistol from his hands. Chang tried to knock the gun out of his hands. He hit Yan in the back of the head and took the gun into his own hands. This act angered Ho and he angrily attacked the bandit in order to snatch the gun and protect himself. He grabbed the gun and began to pull it towards himself, but Chang resisted with all his might. He didn't want to give up the gun. Hui Yan decided not to stand on ceremony with his opponent. He struck Qian in the wrist, thereby breaking his bone. He grabbed the gun from the bandit's hands. Chang fell to the floor and suffered from pain in his wrist. He did not understand how Hua managed to do this. Yan, grabbing the pistol, began to spin it on his index finger. The word was a basketball. He menacingly pointed the gun at the bandits, ordering them not to move. The bandits did not resist and obeyed. He started asking where Li Qing's loved ones were now. His gaze was menacing. He tied up the bandits. They didn't make a single sound and ignored his questions. This angered Ho. He did not stand on ceremony with the scoundrels, and decided to punish them for their silence. He shot one of them in the leg. The bandit could barely hold back tears from the hellish pain received from a pistol shot. The bullet burned his leg. One of the bandits began to shout that he would tell everything. He said they took them to the suburbs' western mountains to prepare them for burial. Ho realized that he was powerless alone, so all he could do in this situation was simply call the police, and also, he needs to call Li Qing about this. But at one point, Hui Yan remembered that Li Qing still didn't have a phone. He wondered why he still couldn't buy it for himself. The weather outside was cloudy and stormy. Li Qing stood in front of the entrance to the house where Wang De lives. Wang's subordinate told him with fear that Li had found them and was already here. De was not embarrassed when he learned this. He said lightly mockingly that he had finally waited for Li Qing to arrive. This made him a little happy. An angry Li Qing came to pick up his loved ones. Nothing could stop him. He destroyed the door. He began to easily beat the guards one after another who attacked him. He was ruthless. The guards' bones broke one after another. Blood gushed from everywhere. Li didn't feel pity. He was merciless. Li Qing mercilessly killed all opponents. The guards lay at his feet, as if this was meant to be. Behind him stood the cunning Wang De. He held his hands behind his back and clapped to get Li's attention. Li angrily turned his gaze towards his main enemy. His gaze was scary and depressing. Wang De called him amazing. He was even slightly surprised that Li was able to remove his men so quickly. He praised him, saying that his skills were very good. He said that if Li Qing wanted to work for him, he would bring those two women back. Li Qing did not tolerate the humiliation and nonsense that Wang De carried. He began to run towards him as fast as he could. He delivered a sharp side kick to his opponent's jaw. Wang did not have time to react to such a blow. Li Qing launched another series of punches at his opponent's torso. Wang De could not resist him. Li continued to mercilessly beat the enemy as best he could. He didn't stop for a single second. Wang tried to defend himself from the series of blows that Li Qing carried out so successfully. He tried to block. He tried to create support on his legs in order to stand in an unequal fight. There was a strong crunching sound. Wang De was immediately startled as this sound seemed painfully familiar to him. He was wary. He looked into the eyes of his opponent. He was surprised by the punch that Li Qing showed. He was amazed as his power went through the bones and broke the floor. He remembered that he was the only person who could do this. Wang De admitted that he did not expect that the secret book he had spent so much time searching for was actually in Li Qing's possession. Li asked what he was even talking about. His gaze was still brutal and threatening. Wang De asked, "So Li Qing really has a secret book?" He said it was just wonderful. He immediately decided to demonstrate what he was capable of. He began to pick up speed with all his might. Li Qing was amazed at the enemy's speed. because he did not expect this from him at all. Wang De's speed was similar to the speed of light. He was so fast that it seemed like he was creating clones. Li panicked, telling himself that the enemy was getting faster and faster. He couldn't see him clearly. Wang De began to run around the enemy at crazy speed. Li Qing was panic-stricken. He did not know how to resist him. Li couldn't believe he was so fast. He had the feeling that there were several more people in front of him. At an unexpected moment, the enemy struck Li Qing. Blood began to pour out of his neck. Li was amazed. He grabbed the bleeding area. He didn't understand what was happening. He didn't even notice how he attacked. Li Qing realized that defeat was close, because the enemy had almost touched his artery. He was one step away from death. Wang De, with furious speed, delivered another, this time precise, blow to Li Qing. He didn't have time to react. Bloody Li began to fall to the ground. He did not have the strength to resist. The blood flowed non-stop. There was an unbearable amount of blood. It almost completely enveloped Li Qing, even reaching his sneakers, but Li managed to stay on his feet. He realized that at this rate the enemy would simply play with him until he slowly died. He needed to grab it. If he could do it, things would become much easier. Wang De told Li Qing that if he gave him the secret book, he would let him live. Li ignored him. Wang asked if he didn't want to stay alive and thought he could escape him. He suggested that he give up, because no one could surpass his speed. But at a moment unexpected for Wang, Li Qing managed to grab his hand. He managed to do this with a sharp movement. Li Qing stopped him. Van De immediately panicked and wondered how this was possible. His eyes were filled with fear. Li Qing decided not to waste a minute of time. He caught his opponent off guard and decided to throw him over his shoulder. Van De, without having time to understand anything, flew over his shoulder. He was amazed at such combat assistance from the enemy. He fell to the floor, hitting the back of his head on the floor. Li Qing was cruel to the enemy. Blood oozed from Van's mouth. He no longer had the strength to resist the enemy. He was powerless. Li Qing had no intention of stopping. He grabbed his opponent's hand, deciding to break his wrist. Wang De's bone was successfully broken at the elbow. He experienced hellish pain in his hand. It seemed to be twisting from the inside. Wang De found strength and jumped to his feet. He was dizzy and could barely stand. He decided that it would not be so easy not to surrender to the enemy. Li Qing stared into his opponent's eyes, expecting anything. A weakened Wang De asked Li how he managed to grab his hand and stop him. There was no emotion on his face. Li Qing replied that he was not as fast as De and it would be impossible for him to capture him, but if he can predict the direction of his movements, then the task becomes much easier. Blood was still flowing from Li's body. It flowed from the sleeve of the jacket onto the palm. It had a dark red hue. Van asked if he could really predict the direction of his next move. He asked if he learned it from the secret book. Li Qing remembered that in the secret book, there was indeed a method for predicting the direction. He had not yet mastered it, but only predicted the direction from Wang's voice. He realized that this time he managed to grab the enemy because he was lucky, but he's not sure if he can do it again. De wanted to gain this excellent skill. He began to pick up speed and said that he really wanted to see this wonderful skill in action. His facial expression was frightening. He continued to pick up speed and repeated that he wanted to take a look at the skill. Li Qing became alarmed. He was very wary and nervous because the enemy could strike at any moment. Van De circled him at great speed. He said that he would let Li go if he gave him the secret book. Li Qing was wary. Wang said that if he didn't hurry up, his women might be killed. The police were in the hospital. Captain Tang Xian called Huyen and asked if he knew where Li Qing was now. Huyen, after talking with Tang Xian for a few minutes, realized what was happening. His face was very serious. He said that time is short. They both need to be saved quickly. Captain Tan told him there was no need to search because the women were currently in the hospital. She told Huyen that she would find him in a while. She hung up. Huyen was alarmed. Meanwhile, bandits involved in the abduction of women were detained in the mansion. The police escorted the arrested bandits to the car in order to then take them to the police station. Captain Tang Xian asked Huyen if he knew where Li Qing was currently. Hu replied that if he was not mistaken, Li went to look for Van De. He might be in danger. He was very serious. The weather was clear, warm and sunny. Huyen and Captain Tang Xian came to the house where Wang De lived. Hua said that the three people they caught said that Wang De is in this mansion, which means Li Qing should also be here. Without hesitation, they knocked down the front door and directly entered the room where Van should be hiding. They went room by room, coming across Van's guards who were lying lifeless on the floor. Behind a wooden post lay a powerless man, coughing and slowly bleeding. They paid attention to him. The man quietly asked who these people came for. He couldn't speak loudly because he was bleeding. Hua Yan nervously asked where Li Qing was. Captain Tang Xian stood behind her. She was nervous and angry. Half of the man's face was covered in blood. He asked who Li Qing was. He said that just now, someone broke in here and the animals attacked them, and then ran away after someone. They immediately rushed to look for their friend. This man was Vanda, who pretended to be. He decided to outsmart them. He smiled wickedly. It was deep night. Li Qing ran headlong to quickly find his sister Hua and Aunt Wang. Vanda, as if having penetrated his consciousness, said, "Does Li really want to know where he buried the women?" He said that he should not worry, because it was useless to search. Li Qing could barely breathe. He was too exhausted. He stopped to catch his breath and continue on his way. His eyes were clouded with excitement. He was out of breath. Li was very worried. He was afraid of being late. Vanda's voice said that he buried them under 2 lotus trees on the mountain. He said that there would be a mark on a stone near this place. Li Qing saw a stone that had a mark on it. He fell to his knees from fatigue and realized that the burial place was here. He began to dig out the ground with all his might, in the hope of finding women buried alive. He shouted his sister's name, thinking that she would respond. The bloodied Wang De asked Hua Yan and Tang Xian if the women were really in the hospital. He smiled insidiously, saying that it was a pity for him, but in his heart, he seemed to rejoice at this. Tang Xian told Hua Yang that she would call the station to send people here, and then send a few guys to look for Li Qing. She harshly threatened Vanda, telling him that he would be convicted of kidnapping, attempted murder, and many other crimes. A group of police officers who went looking for Li Qing finally found him after some time. One of them shouted that he had found him. They shouted that they needed to hurry up because Li Qing had gone crazy. He was digging up the ground. Hua Yang immediately rushed to help. He was frightened by what was happening. The policeman tried to pull Li Qing away. He told him to stop digging. Li continued to do this. Li furiously continued to dig the hole, hoping to unearth the women. His hands were covered in blood. He screamed for help, because they were buried here. The hole dug by Li's hands was already very deep, but he never managed to find the women buried in it. He began to shout to his sister, but she did not respond. He continued to dig, telling himself that there was still time. Hua Yang walked over and put his hand on his friend's shoulder and told him to stop digging. Li was angry. He realized that they were not buried here. Hua said that Hua and Auntie Wang are now in the hospital after a serious accident. There was only seriousness on his face. He told Li Qing that his sister Hua was alive and she would recover. Li was worried, but for a moment he felt better, because he knew that she was alive. They immediately rushed to the hospital. It was already dark. Hua Yang said that Captain Tang intercepted the bandits, and during the chase, the car overturned. He continued, saying that one of the criminals was dead and the other was in intensive care. Auntie Wang and Sister Hua were locked in the truck. My sister has a slight concussion, she will be fine. Li Qing's face showed absolutely no emotion. He felt lousy at heart. He didn't understand anything. Huyan noticed his strange behavior and asked if Li was okay. He realized that something was clearly wrong. Li Qing calmly replied that nothing had happened and everything was fine, but his face gave him away. Huyan asked if he blamed himself for everything that happened. He began to support his friend, saying that he was not to blame for anything. Li Qing said in frustration that it was all his fault. The feeling of guilt seemed to be eating him up from the inside. He said that Wang De managed to capture Sister Hua only to lure him into his lair and deal with him. Because of him, the sister was dragged into all this. It was deep night and Li continued his story. He said that all this was happening only because of him, since An Qing had been injured before, also through his fault. He repented that he did not want Sister Hua to suffer because of him. Guilt was eating away at his soul. He could barely hold back his tears. Sister Hua seemed to be coming to her senses. She dreamed of memories where she asked Li why he was sitting at the entrance, because it was very hot today. She asked, since he couldn't find a job, would he be interested in working in her store? She remembered telling him that since he promised, he should definitely do it. She asked him not to worry about her and to come back quickly. Tears began to flow from Sister Hua's eyes. Li Qing continued to tell Huiyang that for her own safety, he should leave her. Huyan was at work in Miss Lin's office. The weather was sunny and clear outside. It was warm. Hua told Mrs. Lin that the security and maintenance departments were fully prepared. She thanked him for his work. She said that Li Qing told her that there would be a lot of trouble today from returning home and him coming every day. She told Huyan that it would be good if Li Qing lived with him. He was immediately surprised and asked if it was possible to refuse this offer. She asked why he should refuse. It seemed to her that they were very close, especially since Huiyang lives alone, and it would be more fun for him. He nervously replied that he preferred to live alone and did not need a roommate at all. Sweat dripped from his face. Lin said the company is fully staffed and the entire dormitory is occupied, but she still can't find a vacancy. She asked Li to stay with him for a few days. She promised that she would ask someone to find him a place to live as soon as possible. Huyan was silent because he didn't know what to answer. After a while, Huyan was already at home. It was a warm and clear day outside. The sun was shining brightly. Suddenly, a bell rang. It was Li Qing. He came to check into Huyan's apartment. He rang the bell several times. Huyan was in pajamas and warm slippers. He reluctantly walked to the door and opened it for his friend. His gaze was not happy. He was not very happy to see Li Qing. He didn't understand why he came so early. Huyan said that Li came too early. He allowed him to enter. Li Qing took off his shoes and followed his friend. Hua showed his comrade a free room with his finger, where he could settle down and sleep peacefully. It turned out that he was in no mood because Li disturbed his sleep. He said that he would not help him take things apart and said that he would continue to sleep. A sweet and charming girl said that it was time for her to go to work. Hua said goodbye to her and she left. Li Qing was very surprised, because it turned out that Huiyang had a girlfriend. He was in a stupor, because he had never told him about this. But on the second day of living together, Li Qing realized that this was not a girl, because on the second day, visiting his friend, there was already another girl. On the third day, a charming blonde came out of Huyan's house, aesthetically smoking a cigarette. She told him to forget to miss her. Li Qing's emotions could not be expressed in words. He was amazed that Huyan was so cunning. He stood in a stupor.